save $2,500 during our America 250 celebration. Offer ends July 11th.
It is not hard to destroy a college.
Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Your freedom to relax starts at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Now through July 12th, save up to $5,000 on new Hot Spring and Caldera hot tubs and receive a free freshwater IQ smart monitoring system. Looking for fitness and fun at home? Endless pool deals are hot. Get 50% off all accessories like an underwater treadmill or aqua bike. Plus, for a limited time, buy any 3 hot tub products and get the 4th for just $1. Visit springdancehottubs.com and make this summer your most relaxing yet. See store for details. Offers end July 12th.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, this is Larry Steinis with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We talk about affordability. We talk about housing. We know that for the Philadelphia area, I've seen people from New York, New Jersey come here because we are more affordable compared to our neighbors in New Jersey and especially, obviously, New York City. But that brings us to my next guest. Honored to be have joining me now, HUD Secretary Scott Turner. And he has recently, he's on his tour across the country, but joining U.S. Senators Dave McCormick, John Fetterman in Pittsburgh, with stops at, many stops across the area and in Pennsylvania. So we're glad that he can stop by here on the Dawn Show and visit me too. But Secretary Turner, it's so great to have you here.
Good morning, Dawn. I'm happy to be with you.
So when we look at the affordability crisis, housing, and I have some young relatives, they actually, just moved out to a rural area, wanted to get some acreage, got about 3 acres in southern Illinois. My niece, her husband, their 3 young kids. They actually bought like a double wide and said, this is really affordable. There are so many young people who don't want to rent, who want to just have their own home and really looking to you, especially in the administration, the Trump administration, for answers. What answers do you have for people who just want that affordable life, want a home? It's the American dream.
Absolutely, Don, and I applaud them. And that's what we're laser focused on under President Trump's leadership every single day is how do we help more Americans achieve the American dream of home ownership. Last year at HUD, through our FHA mortgage program, we helped 1.5 million people become homeowners, and 80% of those were first-time home buyers. And so for you and for all of your listeners, I would encourage people to look at HUD and look at our FHA program, which is the number one program for first-time home buyers. And you look at President Trump, he is laser focused on housing affordability. He signed 2 new executive orders. The first one to remove regulatory barriers to building affordable housing. And the second was to increase the competition in the mortgage industry. So to bring back the hometown lender, the community bank, back to the mortgage lending space, because since Dodd-Frank, the community banks had really been pushed out of that game. And so under the president, he said, hey, let's bring back the community banks. Let's bring back the hometown lenders, in particular, to help those in rural areas and first-time home buyers. And at HUD, Don, we've really been focused on bringing down the regulatory environment to make it more affordable for builders to build and for potential home buyers to buy, because regulations have been the number one culprit, if you will, to stifle development and construction around our country. When we travel around the country, we talk to home builders, developers, entrepreneurs, local community people, and they say the number one thing is the red tape, the bureaucracy. And so we've been working diligently to tear down these bureaucratic barriers to help builders to build and buyers to buy. And so I'm glad you brought that up. And for all of those that are listening, I want them to be encouraged to know that the president is focused on this. I'm focused on it. Other leaders in the administration are focused on building affordable housing, bringing that supply up and bringing the cost down so people can indeed achieve the American dream.
And we know, of course, it was 1 year ago, July 4th, when we talk about the anniversary of the working families tax cut and how would you rate it over the, you think about it, the 1 year anniversary. When you look at this 1 year anniversary, these opportunity zones, and that's part of what you've been visiting. I know you visited, you're visiting Representative Ryan McKenzie, somebody who's on this show often. So what would you say when you look back at a year of these tax cuts and the impact? In other words, proof of performance, what do you see that you're happy about? And then when you look ahead, what do you hope for?
That's a great question. Thank you for bringing that up, Dawn. It is the 1 year anniversary that the president signed in the working family tax cut into law. And I think the performance has been stellar so far. And I'm really looking forward to the months and the years ahead where the American people will benefit, from the one big beautiful bill. No tax on tip, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. But even, I wouldn't say more importantly, but another thing that is so great about this is that it made opportunity zones permanent. Opportunity zones in the first iteration have created 400,000 new units of housing, 500,000 new jobs, over $100 billion in investment in distressed communities around our country, 1 million people being lifted out of poverty. And because of the working family tax cuts, opportunity zones have now been made permanent. And as you alluded to, that's what I'm doing here in Pennsylvania in the Keystone State, is touring these great opportunity zone projects. One was a manufacturing facility yesterday in Hazleton. Today we'll be at Brinker Lofts with Representative McKenzie here in Bethlehem. And, opportunity zone projects not only create jobs, but the housing values inside of opportunity zones have risen 3.4%, where rents have remained stable. And so this is a great opportunity for the people of this state and states around our country to not only become first-time entrepreneurs, but to become homeowners and business owners. And so we're celebrating the one big beautiful bill, and we're also looking very much forward to the permanency of opportunity zones.
Yeah, it's so important that before I did this gig, I was a longtime news reporter. And one thing I will say about this that maybe people in this audience in particular, Scott, don't realize is that when you have your own home, then you give your home address to get a job. I had so many people over the years say, when you live in the so-called projects and you put that address on a job application, you are stigmatized. And so it costs. It costs you in other ways. And
Right.
this, I can't emphasize enough. You know, when you look at these opportunity zones, it's not just to have the American dream of a home, but also to not be stigmatized in these ways and to be independent. You know, so I love what you're doing. I just want to, I know we have limited time, but one thing that we don't see in the headlines enough, and that is the link between an open border and a lack of housing. It's all connected when you think about 30% rises in home prices. Can you take me through that aspect of what you're doing?
Absolutely. So during the Biden administration, as you know, the open border policies really hurt our country in so many ways, not just from crime and terrorism, and our people in our country being hurt and things of this nature. But when you look at housing, when you have people coming across our border, tens of millions of people unchecked and unvetted, it did indeed make the cost of our housing increase 30%, rental increase 20%. In New York and California, 100% of the demand of rental increase was because of illegal immigration. But because President Trump and the leaders in this administration have secured our borders now and prioritizing American people and American people only for taxpayer-funded housing, now American people can get the homes that belong to them. And if you look at FHA, which is our program at HUD, we stopped illegals from obtaining FHA mortgages because these mortgages, this is for American people and American people only. And so for your listeners and all of those who will hear this, illegal immigration not only is damaging to our country from a crime and a drug-related aspect, but also for housing, because housing in America, in particularly HUD-funded housing, FHA-backed mortgages are for American people and American people only. There is a direct correlation, so I'm so grateful for this report coming out.
You know, I know that you mentioned Scott Turner, Secretary Turner, the Crossroads Project in Hazleton there, and transforming, really what was a mine-scarred land into business, logistics, manufacturing hub. So for people listening right now, when you think about, in Pennsylvania, we have these historic, maybe older towns making the transformation. Is that something that you see as a model for the nation moving forward? And what would that mean to watch this as maybe projects that we can look at throughout the nation as an example for what you're doing?
Absolutely. And Pennsylvania has done a tremendous job as it pertains to revitalization and opportunity zones. There's 300 opportunity zones currently in Pennsylvania. 12,000 units of housing have been built. 41,000 jobs have been created inside of opportunity zones. And yesterday was a great example of local developers coming together, building public-private partnerships, using the Opportunity Zone Initiative to build a tremendous manufacturing facility. I think there's going to be 10 buildings in total once this is done over the next 5 to 10 years, which will create more jobs for Hazleton and the surrounding area, which will increase the demand for housing. The space is there for housing developers to come in and use this Opportunity Zone to build affordable housing. And so, yes, and I've seen other projects in the Keystone State along the Delaware River, old coal manufacturing plant that has been turned into housing and retail and commercial and sport because of the opportunity zones. So, yes, I've already spoken of those projects and will continue because it's a great example of what that policy was meant for.
Scott, when I was a kid, my uncle, a firefighter in a different city in Chicago, drove me down to see a big high-rise building and said Democrats at the time built this and are going to put a whole group of people in this huge high-rise and tell them, oh, look at what we're giving you. And he said, in truth, you're physically caging people, separating them from a highway, and it's cruel. And my uncle, I'll never forget it, because he was trying to explain to me why what is described in the media as kindness is actually cruel. And what you're doing, can you talk about this? Creating a community where you have mixed incomes, where people come together, but why that creates, jobs and creativity, why that's better.
Yeah, Donna, you're exactly right. I went to the University of Illinois, so I've been to Chicago many times. and seen, the density and the poverty there. I'm thinking about Cabrini Green, which is no longer there, but which was one of the largest projects, if you will, quote unquote, in our country. I think about West Dallas, used to be the oldest and the largest project in our country, NYCHA housing in New York City. And so what seemed to be a favor and a good deed, for people living here, ultimately just warehouse poverty, crime, prostitution, drug activity, and all of these things. And so what we're focused on now is to get people out of, and being on government subsidies to live a life of self-sufficiency. And so the policies that the president is putting in place, the opportunity zones, the working family tax cuts, to create mixed income neighborhoods, to create more jobs. People in Pennsylvania, because of the One Big Beautiful Bill, will keep about $5,400 in their pocket, up to $6,700 per family, increase in income every year. And so these policies matter because people matter. And so that's what we're focused on right now.
Secretary Scott Turner, thank you so much. Safe travels in Pennsylvania. I know we'll be covering your upcoming news conference and tour later today here in Pennsylvania and with Ryan McKenzie, with Representative McKenzie. Thank you so much, Secretary Turner.
Okay, thank you, Don.
Thank you. Take care. So if you have a comment or you want to move forward with that, I know that we'll be covering this today and we'll have the highlights of that, but I cannot emphasize enough the importance of this, and something that I learned from my family members, whether they were construction workers, whether they were, especially like I say, my Uncle Don, who's now in heaven, a longtime firefighter. And I'll just wrap up by saying this, that, Secretary Turner mentioned Cabrini Green homes in Chicago in particular. So that's now torn down. Do you know that they tore it down because that area that was a public housing area was becoming a hip, hot area? So just think about it. At a time when it would have been fantastic to have, housing there where you have mixed income so people can, apply for jobs. Oh, no. They're not going to let the quote unquote poor people, lower income people who by and large were in the so-called black and brown community in Chicago. They were not going to let them stay in what turned out to be a very wealthy area. And they moved them out to a different area. You see what I'm saying? That's what Democrats do. That's cruel. That's not a good thing. That's not saying, oh, look at the gift we're giving you. It's cruel, and it contains people. It actually holds them down. That's the opposite of what Secretary Turner was just talking about. That's the opposite of what President Trump is trying to do, to basically be the wind beneath the wings of people, giving them the opportunity, teeing them up for opportunity. But that's the real difference that I see, that I was taught. If you have a comment, I'd love to hear it, 855-839-1210. But Dan, thank you for setting that up, and we appreciate Secretary Turner. I know he's got a very busy schedule. So we'll continue with all of the, breaking news. President Trump speaking out. Wait till you hear what he's saying, and meeting with Zelensky, Ukraine, drones. We got it all. Man, we are jam-packed today. Stay right there.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Experience matters, especially when you're making an investment in your next vehicle. At Lexus of Cherry Hill, they've built their reputation the right way. Veteran and family owned and operated, and recognized as an 8-time J.D. Power dealer of excellence for the customer sales experience. From the refined Lexus RX to the powerful and capable GX, you'll find performance, luxury, and reliability in every model. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, doing business the right way. For J.D. Power of excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search For strong candidates, the right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize! Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Guida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guida today to take advantage of these limited-time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCulloughsAutoRepair.com.
Hi, welcome to Bucks County Estate Traders. Hi, we need to fill a big space on our wall.
Something that says, wow.
Oh, of course. Our showroom is full of all styles of artwork and decor pieces. And some of our items have even been featured on the big screen and in TV shows.
Oh, that's awesome.
Pretty cool, right? So when you're looking for a stunning piece of art, Bucks County Estate Traders has the selection and variety. And I see your inventory is online. Oh, it sure is, along with the size and price, so you can measure the space and browse at your leisure. It's all at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com.
My name's Rodney Huber. This is my wife, Cynthia. We've been with Crash Proof since 2025.
For someone that's concerned about their financial future, I would encourage them to go to a Crash Proof retirement event. It's about education in the possibilities of your future. In 2026, we earned over 17%. Crash Proof Retirement, true to its word, has not charged us a single fee.
You know where you're at, you have a good idea where you're going, and it's going to be consistent. Crash Proof Retirement has given us the opportunity to keep our money safe and enjoy what this country and our hard work has provided. A 17% return is pretty damn good.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
A diagnosis like heart failure, because when it's your heart, you don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Are you raising the child of a loved one? You're not alone. Like many others, you've stepped up to raise the child of a friend or family member, allowing them to live, grow, and thrive among people they know. While fulfilling, it can also be challenging. But there is support. PA Kin Connector helps kinship caregivers just like you by providing connections to resources, services, training, and support groups. Don't navigate the journey alone.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
A busy, historic morning for President Trump. So starting, well, it was 11 hours ago, our time, I saw that he had been speaking out this early this morning when I start my day at like 4 a.m.-ish, because obviously they're way ahead of us.
Do you ever sleep?
No. I don't.
I don't know how you do it. I really don't.
I don't. I'm glad. I'm like my dad. You're so funny, Dan. I'm like my dad. My whole life, my dad was like this. My dad pretty consistently got like 4 or 5 hours sleep.
Were you like me, where your entire like coming of age, you would say, "Dad, what the hell are you doing?" and you would poo-poo it, and then all of a sudden you overnight became your father? And
no.
Oh, okay. I became my mother, and I just
no.
Yeah.
When I was a little girl, I would try to stay up all night.
Oh, really?
That's my personality.
You've always been
always been like this.
24/7 kind of.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Because I think sleep is such a waste of time.
Yeah.
And why do we sleep?
I'm the opposite.
You think what?
I really plan my entire time around when I can sleep.
I hate sleep.
See, and that's the problem with it.
Because I never want to miss life.
But it feels so
I feel like we're missing life when we sleep. Nah, I hate it. I hate it. It's like, ugh.
Yeah.
It's such a waste. Why do we sleep? Do you know we have a great local sleep lab? They still really don't know why we sleep. Like I think common sense tells you you're recharging your battery. I know, but why do we
you're trying to make an argument here? Like, we don't need sleep.
It's such a waste. You're missing out on life. I think it's like half your life. What a waste.
Yeah, but
no, I hate it. If I could get away with not.
Do you ever just
cheating,
relax though?
No. Because you gotta live, like do stuff.
Yeah, but sit on the couch and enjoy a nice television show.
Well, but that's if you're watching it with somebody.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch it.
So you do it as a favor to the other person, not for yourself?
No, just you're savoring life. You don't want to miss a second. You don't want to miss anything. Go outside. It's this beautiful day right now. I don't know.
It is.
But Dan, that has been my attitude since I can remember, since I was a little girl. I did not. I would pre-make my bed.
Why do I like sleep so much?
I don't know.
I'm now reconsidering it because of this conversation.
See?
But I love sleep.
I think it's life avoidance to sleep.
I think it is. Now that you say it.
Take a poll. 855-839-1210.
What, do you like to sleep?
Do you like to sleep, or do you think it's a waste of your time?
Is sleeping a waste of time?
And I will submit to you that, you know how they say, oh, take a nap for an hour? If you nap for 19 minutes, set an alarm, and just sleep 19 or 20 minutes, you will be refreshed.
No, you won't.
Yeah, you will. Do not take a nap more than 19
So do you nap
and
like
a half
10
minutes.
10 minutes every 3 hours?
You will go right into REM. If you get less sleep, you force yourself to go right to REM. So there is such a thing as sleep efficiency.
Just imagine you just sitting in a chair. It's like, okay, clock says 10 minutes. Time to sleep.
Yeah.
Okay, awake. We're good to go.
Yeah. It's like sleeping like a dog. I say sleeping like a dog. You know how your dog can go, like if your dog's tired, your dog will curl up and is sleeping, and their little leg is going because they're dreaming about like getting the squirrel. You know what I mean? And they're like leg, and then they wake up and they're totally refreshed.
They called me Snorlax back in college because my affinity for sleep. That's another Pokemon. Kimmy says, I hate sleep too, Dawn. I could stay up all night doing stuff. Sue says, I always get up super early while everyone is still asleep. It's delightful.
Yes. Agreed.
Where are my sleeper inners?
Come on.
Nick Kale, call in.
He's napping. That's why. But I'm serious, so it's fun. It's a fun topic.
So Trump's back there now as the Syrian leader.
Yeah.
They just wrapped it up.
Yeah.
But I do have some audio from that if you want.
Take me.
All
Take
right.
me there.
Are you going to remove Syria from the state-sponsored terrorism list, making some headlines?
Are you going to remove Syria from the state-sponsored terrorism list?
I think I will, yeah. I think I will. Why wouldn't I? He's done a great job. Maybe he would have brought that up in a little while. That's a good question, yeah. Any problems with that? I think we should. Yeah, I would.
This is not popular with some of you, perhaps, because Syria. Let's just look at Trump impact, okay? Let me take you back to even back in the day when Trump, the first time he was running for office, and this is what, 2014, 2015. So just think about what was going on, and we had a crisis. Remember this? Aleppo. Remember who was it? It was Morning Joe. Remember this? And, Aleppo. And what are we going to do? And we have to help the refugees. We had a refugee problem. And way back then this is pre-POTUS Trump, when Trump, obviously, he was like, oh, you know what the answer is? No, we're not going to help refugees. You know what we're going to do? We're going to deal with the refugee crisis by making sure that people can go back home. They don't need to come here to America because they live in a beautiful place. So we don't want refugees. We want to get rid of regimes that create refugees. And that was the answer to that. And so this is all a result of what Trump wants to do. He wants to work with everybody. He doesn't want to occupy. He doesn't want to bring so-called refugees here. And so this is now an administration in Syria. Maybe you're not crazy about them. Go ahead.
No, sorry, I was trying to preview something there. No, you were making a great point. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, but I mean so think about how Trump has changed the world. A lot of people say it's geopolitics. I'll say it's Trumpo-politics. It's go back home because now you can, thanks to Donald J. Trump.
Speaking of, he talked about the Israel and Lebanon relationship, something we've seen change drastically under Trump's leadership.
Well, I talked to Bibi about that. Yeah, I think they're going to. I think they want to. I don't think it's a question of me. I think it's a question they want to. And they're getting along with Lebanon. They're signing deals with Lebanon. First time ever. Marco, talk about that if you'd like.
Yeah, we have an agreement and that's the goal at the end. Obviously, Israel's concerned about their security. But the president did a great job bringing those two countries together for the first time
It's a big thing. First time in many years, right? So we have a deal with Israel and Lebanon. And, they'll leave. And I think it's going to work out very well.
And see, Lebanon, a beautiful country. I have, relatives who are, my grandparents' age, really, who they honeymooned in Lebanon. Lebanon, all these areas back in the day were considered, beautiful vacation spots, you see. So we don't remember these times, a lot of us, but Lebanon, beautiful place. A Mediterranean paradise.
Hey, speaking of, would you go to Morocco?
I would love. So there's an award-winning book, children's book that my kids read. I read it as a kid. It's called King of the Wind. It's about a racehorse, King of the Wind. And I loved that book. And I made sure my kids read it.
Yeah, I don't know it.
Based in Morocco.
Oh, okay.
So I have always wanted to go to Morocco.
It's actually one of the cheapest, most suggested by YouTube travelers vacations to go on out to Morocco. A lot to see, a spanning landscape of many different, things you can go to. And I don't know. Maisie and I were talking about possibly going out to Morocco.
Well, have you looked up the State Department? It might not be.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, you should.
That might be why it's so cheap.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Probably do a little research on that.
Yeah. So you got to be careful right now, but this is a place, like I said, with what you're saying, and it's on the Morocco, obviously on the west, right, the west coast of Africa. Beautiful place, and right over there, so not so far from across the way, Spain, Portugal, beautiful, beautiful places to visit, but made unsafe by terrorism. And this was just allowed by terrorist regimes and bad people and pirates and all that stuff. And so real life pirates, and not Johnny Depp, like fun pirates.
Yeah, then maybe we won't. D. Matt says Africa not safe to travel to right now.
So my youngest son, David, who's 19, one of his new friends in college is from Africa. And he's like, Mom, so last, over Christmas break, he was like, Mom, my friend has said, could I go to Africa for a month and travel with him? And he's obviously from a well-to-do family because, but I was like, absolutely not.
Come on, let him go. Let him go.
No? Nope.
It looks beautiful. I'm going to put up a picture, though, of just an example of what you could see in Morocco.
Yeah, you're not.
Look at that, though. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful. You're not going either, Dan. Nope.
Put your foot down.
Not going to happen. Maybe next year. Maybe next year or maybe in, I don't know, maybe next year.
Does Conservative Tours do Morocco?
Not right now.
Oh, okay. Well, hint, hint.
Maybe thanks to President Trump, maybe in this administration, Trump was making the world. He'll never get credit until, he's out of office. And then they'll go, oh, maybe it wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
But, so why did President Trump, why strike with, by the way, the U.S. responding to Iran doing strikes, right? Mm-hmm. So why did we see that overnight and into this morning with waves of strikes?
At the highest level. Yeah. The highest level of the bridges there, which we can knock down. I would say in one day we knocked down every single bridge in Iran. There's not a thing they can do about it.
100 targets.
They're electric manufacturing facilities, right? They're electric plants where they make their electricity in there. We will, if we have to, we'll take them out. I don't want to do that, but if we have to, we'll take them out. They have desalinization plants. We'll take them out if we have to. I hate to do that. That's probably the one I would like not to do least. We attacked Carg Island last night. We knocked out a piece. I said, don't touch the oil because maybe we'll take over Carg Island.
Oh.
We may take over Carg Island. There's not a thing they can do about it.
So President Trump, a lot of, do you notice the change? It's a major change in his tone. He's done. He is done. He doesn't trust them. Earlier, you heard the clip that Dan played that he called them scum, and he doesn't trust them. That's it. So I think we'll see more tonight. but you saw more than 100 targets within Iran struck, and these massive waves of strike. And I know in the news media they overuse the word massive, but this truly is massive is correct here, and just decimating them. And I think it perhaps will continue this evening again, another round, if you will. But declaring the ceasefire with Iran over as of today. I'm just giving you some headlines and doing a refresh because I started out 6 o'clock this morning. Nick Kale, he always greets us in the morning. So right at 6 o'clock on the dot. And if you weren't with us, where were you? But Nick says, Dawn, good morning. And I go, breaking news. And I gave, and that's how I started out the day, Dan. And seriously, it's just rapid fire breaking news this morning. But so President Trump, if you weren't with us early, this started really, like I say, 4 o'clock this morning as far as the breaking news that I've been monitoring. But boom, declaring the ceasefire over with Iran as of this morning. He has held multiple waves, Trump, of news conferences at the NATO summit. He's there in Turkey. So NATO chief Mark Rutte saying that the violent U.S. response was absolutely necessary. So here you have NATO fortifying this and saying, yes, we support the U.S. response, and it was necessary and it was justified because of what Iran did, breaking the deal. And the next headline I'll give is also revoking Iran's oil sanction waivers that were granted amid those peace talks. And so that impacts, so Iran, so many of you said, they were allowed to rebuild and make some money. That's done.
They are behaving very badly.
Naughty.
As they have for 47 years. And, we hit them hard last night after they launched. They launched a couple of, you don't have to know about this, you got stuff on your mind, but they launched a couple of drones and one rocket, one missile, and at ships, because they were in the strait, which they have every right to be. And so we hit them very hard last night, very, very hard. Probably hit them hard again tonight. I'll give them a little warning, we're going to hit them hard tonight.
See?
But we'll see how it all works out.
We'll see how it all works out. He's got his team there. He's not messing around anymore. His patience cap, it is off. So those are the major headlines. I know we'll get into some of it. Linda Kearns, I see, is in place. So the great, lovely Linda Kearns, incredible election integrity attorney, and as well a local family attorney. 855-839-1210. Man, we are locked and loaded. So much to talk about. And you know what else we got to talk about? I'm always so grateful to be broadcasting from the Piazza Premium Autos studio live here in Philadelphia, Odyssey World Headquarters. There is such a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz, a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong. During the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration, discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and the GLC and the GLE SUVs. Beautiful things. Visit your authorized dealer in Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Experience the luxury, innovation, performance that sets Mercedes-Benz apart, the one and only Mercedes-Benz. The Welcome Home celebration happening right now, Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. Thank you, PiazzaAutoGroup.com, Piazza, Piazza. Mercedes-Benz, the Welcome Home celebration. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Quiet conditions will continue through the afternoon with a mixture of sunshine and clouds. Humidity levels will be lower. It'll be warm with a high of around 85. For tonight, humidity levels start to slowly increase, partly cloudy. Low 72 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And then for Thursday, partly sunny conditions, warm and humid. Chance for some afternoon showers and thunderstorms with a high 87.
Better banking starts with Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Enjoy early pay and free fraud and credit monitoring. Take control of your finances. Smarter banking designed for real life. Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Visit fmfcu.org/betterbanking.
Membership eligibility applies. Federally insured by NCUA. You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
In retirement, nobody wants to have one eye on airfare and the other eye on the stock market. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturday afternoons at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In Philadelphia, when property damage hits, there's one name more homeowners and business owners trust than anyone else. Morano's Public Adjustment Group, the #1 public adjuster in Philly. Why? Because they don't work for the insurance company. They work for you, fighting to get you the maximum settlement you deserve. Fire, water, storm damage, even denied or underpaid claims. Morano's knows how to win. Don't settle for less. Call the team Philadelphia trusts most. Visit Morano'sAdjustment.com or call today. Morano's Public Adjustment Group, Philadelphia's #1 public adjuster.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this month with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango. Equipped with V8 engines. Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT HD. WOGL HD3. Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We are jamming today live from Odyssey World Headquarters in Philadelphia. Dawn Stensland here. Linda Kearns in the house. Dan Borowski, executive producer. We got Jimmy Kelly taking your calls, helping out too. But Linda, there is so much breaking news. I know President Trump, I believe, is scheduling soon, within the next couple of hours, another news conference. So he has been on fire today from the NATO summit, historic. And I haven't even gotten to all of it, but there are so many news headlines. Let's say hello to Linda Kearns. Thank you, Linda, for filling in. And Dan Borowski as well. Kathy Barnett, I know, filled in a few days, but thank you, Linda. Everybody loves you.
Thank you, Dawn. No, I had so much fun filling in, and Dan always teaches me so much. And I had interviewed Jody Felice, who's a deputy to Scott Turner. I had tried to get Scott Turner on, but he wasn't available, so I got Jody Felice. But I hear, you just interviewed Secretary Turner, so I'd like to think I warmed up the playing field.
Warm up. Well, and we don't. There was a story locally this morning. I'll just give you an example where you may see in the headlines, and this is the bias by omission, or maybe people don't really genuinely, because they're in a bubble, they don't realize it. But when you think about crime, when you think about the fact that you have crime and you have the affordability crisis, what is the common denominator? So right now, our homicide rate in Philadelphia is down 26 to 30% every day when I look at the stats. So think about this. Nobody will acknowledge locally that that's because of the current closed border, the border security and affordability, right? We're now seeing this surge in affordability. Why? Because the common denominator here is border security. So border security ensures affordability and our safety.
Yeah, I think the administration needs to do a better job of touting that, because I got to tell you, like this Iran war, whatever he's calling it, I think it's weighing on everyone's minds.
Yeah.
But if he touted, the fact that he did close the border and we're all a lot safer for it, I think that's something that would hopefully help us in these midterms.
Yeah. Yeah, but, and to your point, where are you seeing in the headlines exactly this? And even with, I mean, obviously Secretary Turner said it, but it's not a headline.
Right.
So Linda, even if they said it every day, would it be covered? Would it get the mainstream coverage?
That's true. Yeah, that's always a problem.
Part of the
problem. That's why we're here.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Ta-da!
Did you have a good vacation?
It was so busy, but it was awesome. So my nephew Riley is married. He got married. He's so adorable. And so the wedding was lovely. It was this outdoor wedding. And it was, how here in our area, we have all of these different villages that are historic.
Right. Uh-huh.
Where you might have, and I think of South Jersey has a lot of them too, but Pennsylvania, where, you'll have like a whole village and you'll have the original homestead. Right, where you have the old church.
Yep.
So they found a place in Illinois that had one of those. It was an outdoor wedding, and then the reception in this old barn, and it was so beautiful. I loved it. Really neat wedding.
Oh, good. And then did you take a vacation too?
Well, okay. In my family, we don't. When we say vacation, we're not laying on a beach sipping pina coladas. Like we want to go, we're seeing things, doing things, so we're very busy.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
I can't see Dawn sipping a pina colada on the side of a pool.
No.
Like, I make my husband crazy because if we're in the car and he's driving, he's like, are you filing your toenails? Like, what are you doing?
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like, filing.
Always got to be doing something, huh?
Yeah.
You're getting wrecked on YouTube, by the way.
What'd I do?
Our poll today, Linda, is sleeping a waste of time? 91% say no, it's not a waste of time. No, only 9% agree with you today, Dawn. It's like the opposite of the Iran yesterday with the...
Dawn, your body needs sleep.
Well, okay, but what I'm saying is I think it's a waste of time. I think try to condition yourself to go right into REM. There is a way to make sleep more efficient.
She's dozing her sleep.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Doze your sleep, people.
I think she's making me more anxious.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too, Linda.
I know my husband's always like,
Let's go out to your Poconos and, enjoy a nice mountain home that you have.
Yes.
Or maybe we can go to your house in Dubai and relax out there for a little while.
Wait,
If you promise, if you and Dawn promise to not mention Dubai again and not play that stupid AI song, you can open the present I just gave you. But you both have to promise.
Wait, so I have to give up?
Yep.
I don't know. It's kind of like let's make a deal, Wayne Brady type of shit. Like, do I really want to open the door? Or do I want to keep this great prize I already have?
I'm just going to hand you something.
The guy in Dubai.
So Linda's always incredible.
Can I at least get it in one more time?
What?
Oh, jeez.
So Linda said, "Uh-oh. Well, I can't open it. He's playing the stupid song."
No, you can open it. I can.
No.
The cons booked the flight, crossed the water, took the light, palm trees waving at the gate.
She did go to Dubai.
She did. She met a guy in Dubai.
Well,
I did not meet a guy in Dubai.
That's fake news. But she
All
did
right, I'll
travel
be.
to Dubai. All right. Are we ready?
We're ready. You go first.
Oh my gosh. This is pistachio dark chocolate
But see the label?
Dubai style.
Yeah. I saw it in Trader Joe's and I said I have to get it for these two since they're obsessed with Dubai.
Dubai.
She brought us back chocolate.
No, I brought it from Trader Joe's on Market Street.
Wait, over the weekend, did you go to Dubai?
No.
Did the guy from Dubai
No.
send you?
No, I'm just kidding.
Have you ever had Dubai chocolate?
I've seen
I've
it.
never
I've never
tried
bought
it. So
Yeah, this is.
there you go.
Yum.
You've never had it?
But I love pistachio.
Well, you gotta have some of mine.
Are you
We'll
gonna
try it
open
right
it
now.
now?
Yeah, we'll try it right
Okay.
now.
Try it?
Yeah.
My
I mean, I like pistachio.
Dawn, you can have some of mine too. Save that one.
Have you guys ever had pistachio pudding? Like Jello pistachio? My grandma used to make.
Ugh, that sounds disgusting.
No, it's really good.
No, and
My
neither is
grandma used to
pistachio
make
ice
this.
cream. It's all gross.
No, it's so good.
But I have had the taste of chocolate with pistachio once, and I did very much enjoy it.
It's good.
There
So
you go.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Linda.
And thank you for
I
letting
really
me
can't
sit
play
in.
that song anymore, though.
No, you're done.
You just won me over with chocolate.
Yep.
Dark chocolate.
Yep.
Anything dark chocolate. By the way, I wanted to ask Linda about this too. There's so many things I want to ask Linda about. So, did you guys hear that? Because unfortunately, the 4th of July fireworks had to be postponed because of the storms,
Right.
and then because of that, Christina Aguilera, her concert had to be postponed, and she never actually got to do her whole concert.
I saw that, and
But-
now there's an issue over whether to pay her. See, usually,
Because did you negotiate her contract?
No, well, of
'Cause-
course not. I
But-
wish.
I mean, she obviously has a good contract.
Yeah, I mean that's all negotiated. A lot of times for festivals like that, you end up the promoter, whoever's handling the festival, and if the city of Philadelphia was their own promoter, they buy insurance for something like that.
Oh.
Now those insurance policies can be expensive, so but that's usually how it's handled. And then if it can't go off, then you can recoup certain, some of the money. So I don't know if the city of Philadelphia had an insurance policy. I don't know if her contract said that she would get paid no matter what. You know what, Dawn? What I was surprised about was everyone knows that July 4th falls in July. And when it got really hot, everyone acted like it was a huge surprise. Like, I was surprised that people...
It wasn't the heat, though. It was the lightning.
Oh, but even those couple days, people were like, it's too hot to have a
Yeah.
parade. It's too hot to do this. But no, I get the lightning. Yeah.
But as far as the concert and the fireworks.
Yeah, no, the lightning, that's scary.
But I guess that Christina Aguilera, she still did get paid. That's the headline.
Yeah, well.
And so I don't know. I have to find out because the insurance issue. So maybe Mayor Parker needs Linda Kearns to make sure that they get the insurance policy.
Well, she would have had to buy the insurance policy before the...
She needed you, and you're
Yeah.
good advice.
Yeah.
So that's what I don't know. That's one of the headlines.
It's funny. I don't know a lot of Philadelphians who actually stayed in Philadelphia over the 4th, even though it was a huge birthday.
We
oh,
did.
you did? Okay.
Well, we were in Ocean City earlier that day, but mostly it was we came back to see the Philly fireworks. Then when it was postponed, we just drove home.
Right.
But we mostly were in Ocean City. We got pizza, we got the ice cream, and then the frozen custard, and then Coors Brothers, and then we came home.
Wait,
the Manco and Manco pizza.
You drove to OC just to get the
Just that morning.
Okay.
Spent the day, got the pizza, got the ice cream, and then headed back.
Wasn't there huge amounts of traffic to be going
No.
back and forth like that?
No.
Oh.
Thank you, Dan.
Dan's giving out the Dubai chocolate.
Dubai. So this is what it looks like. Now, if you saw it, it's actually, if you looked at it, it looks like a Reese's kind of a
Yeah, I guess
thing.
it just has. I guess they just crunch up the pistachios and put it in the chocolate.
It's delicious.
You a fan?
Mm-hmm.
Is it better than it looks?
Well,
It kind of looks like
imagine
something I wiped off my baby this morning.
Dan.
It's delicious, actually.
Thank you, Linda. It's delicious.
It really is.
But think of a Reese's kind of a theme, but instead of peanut butter in the middle, it's pistachio. So it's probably a little healthier.
A little crunch at the end, too. I
Yeah, a
like
little
that.
crunch.
Mm.
It's actually delicious.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Good.
Yummy.
I know. I think
Thank you,
Dan.
Linda.
Dan, didn't you mention last time? You're like, Linda, you haven't brought in things for the producers.
Mm-hmm.
I just brought in those cupcakes for Dawn's birthday.
Yeah.
I mean, do I have to show up with presents every single time I come in?
You know you buy my love.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Is that an Elvis song? Can't Buy Me Love?
Yeah. Oh
no, not Can't Buy
no.
Me.
That's the Beatles. That's the Beatles.
I almost got you there, Linda. Almost got you.
A hunk of burning love.
So,
Linda
Dawn, are
loves
you
Elvis.
glad to be back at work behind the microphone?
Yeah, I am. I am glad. But so we went to, we were in Illinois, we were in Wisconsin, we were in, obviously the Jersey Shore. We were all over. And we were in Philadelphia for the fireworks, but unfortunately they didn't go off till 2:30 in the morning. So, but they were
Ridiculous, by the way.
amazing. Well, here's the other thing. Did you guys hear this? So I asked somebody why they had to do, because like, why didn't they just save the fireworks until like the All-Star game or something? It's because when you load those massive fireworks in the holder thingamajiggy, then it's really tough to get it out.
So they have to.
So you pretty much have to fire them off.
I'm sure they're expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And or you're gonna lose it.
Yeah, then do it at midnight before the concert, not at 2:30 in the morning.
So do it.
So my whole argument here with this, I've been talking to my friends a lot about this, is Parker had the opportunity to fire them off right at midnight, as was previously planned. Instead, she said that they announced the concert would start at midnight. Concert didn't start until 12:40 a.m. So that, midnight to 12:40, when you're still preparing all this concert stuff, why not fire off the fireworks right then instead of waking everybody up at 2:30 in the morning, only years after championing a bill through council against boom parties and late night loud music. You go out there and you shoot off fireworks at 2:30
Good
a.m.
point. Good. Why?
Sorry,
were they-
it's
Why was it so
authoritarian.
late
Sorry,
anyway?
this gives me an opportunity to eat the dark chocolate.
She's all about this.
Why was it scheduled so late anyway?
It's a good question.
I
It was initially scheduled for midnight because
I mean-
they had the concert. So the idea was that the Roots would start and then they'd go into Will Smith and Christina Aguilera and then they'd have the fireworks close
Right.
things out at midnight. So they still stuck to that plan. But instead, and the thing that's even more annoying is while watching it live, NBC was saying, hey, Parker's team has said this is going to be an abridged version. That's why Christina Aguilera didn't perform. They're moving it from 90 minutes to 60 minutes. So there's a short delay as they figure out what's going on in the program, right? And that's why there was that kind of delay between 12 to 12:40. Everyone was kind of okay with it. They come out and they stay there until 2:30. So what the hell is that 60-minute program that they were figuring out? They didn't stick to that at all. So it's just completely disorganized. You could have done it right at midnight. People wouldn't be bitching and moaning about it. And
Dan, tell us how you really feel.
I know, it's just I hate hypocrisy.
And
And that's what this is.
I also think Philadelphia just can't get out of its own way. I
Yeah.
love Philadelphia, but that's what happens.
Look, if I had somebody who would have gone with me at the time, I should have just said to Michael and David because Larry was asleep. But I think it's fun to see the fireworks at 2:30 a.m. because I think sleep is a waste, right? So for people like me, I'm like, let's go.
Do your kids think sleep is a waste?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still in the
Teenagers,
phase.
are you kidding me? They're like,
I'm still in the phase where every time my daughter closes her eyes, my fingers and my toes crossed so everything stays quiet and she stays asleep. So when you hear 2:30 a.m. fireworks from the city and having an infant, things kind of change a little bit.
How old is the baby now?
9 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
Sorry, Dawn wasn't done. I should have went longer there.
Dawn's chewing on her
Sorry
chocolate.
about
Let me tell you, this is my dark chocolate is my. I never turn down dark chocolate.
I ate half of mine. I'm going to give the other half to you,
And
Linda. So it's
Dr.
coming in.
Mazzarelli from Cooper, he's a lawyer and a doctor. He once told me that dark chocolate is basically a vegetable.
There you go.
Oh.
So
keep telling yourself that.
So I'm going to eat like 30
Yeah.
dark chocolate bars for
Like,
lunch.
it's good for you.
Like
It's got like
vegetables.
flavonoid. I don't know.
Screw the spinach salad I was going to have.
You know,
I'm gonna have
who
dark
needs
chocolate.
that? But no, I think, look, 4th of July, 250th only happens, but once,
Once.
obviously
Yeah.
once in a lifetime or even, well, not even a lifetime. So here's the thing. Stop whining about 2:30 in the morning. Go out, party, go to the concert. It looked like a blast. Like I really wish I
I mean, when
had
Will
gone.
Smith came out, I was
Oh my
definitely
gosh.
hyped.
Dan
Yeah.
likes to complain.
And Mayor Park.
And Will Smith actually rapped like he was back in the 90s. He wasn't
Yeah.
doing his
I
he
know.
did his hits later, but the first song he did was like a hardcore rap, 90s
Yeah.
rap song. It was great.
I thought it looked like a blast. I did. I wish I had gone. Just made my boys get up and go. I just didn't want to go by myself. But I thought it looked wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Philadelphia did a great job.
They didn't fire off the fireworks at 2:30. I'd agree with you.
Well, but so what? So what?
I was just thinking, and obviously this is Laura and me, 250 years ago, we had 13 colonies, and now we have 50 states. And 250 years ago, the average lifespan, you were an old man if you lived till 50. And what's the average lifespan now? Somewhere in the 80s?
Yeah.
And yet everything that they wrote back then is still applicable to us today. So
It's amazing.
That's what I was reflecting on, not complaining about the timing of the fireworks, Dan.
I love it.
Mm-hmm.
But in this one, there's a lot of back and forth and critiquing. But city officials, I looked it up, they have confirmed what I just was asking people I know, but that pyrotechnics, once they're loaded into those big tubes, the safety protocols mandate they have to be launched rather than left undetonated or moved to another date. You really cannot do that. That would be dangerous.
Look, considering everything, I think that it went off well. Like there was no major issues, so I'm thankful for that.
I am too.
Yeah.
So do we have to take a break and we'll
Yes.
talk on the other side?
Yes.
All right. So we have a lot to talk about with the lovely Linda Kearns, a lawyerly lovely. I'm trying to think of an L alliteration with Linda.
I can think of a couple.
We'll take a quick break. You can help us out. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Experience matters, especially when you're making an investment in your next vehicle. At Lexus of Cherry Hill, they've built their reputation the right way. Veteran and family owned and operated, and recognized as an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. From the refined Lexus RX to the powerful and capable GX, you'll find performance, luxury, and reliability in every model. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, doing business the right way. For J.D. Power of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the
The point I
iHeartRadio
made
app.
to President Trump when we spoke a few days ago is that it's not just he's winning the argument, he's won the argument. Countries recognize that they need to take more responsibility, see the direct threats. Part of the point I made.
Yeah, everybody's hands going up. So President Trump has won the arguments on NATO defense spending, among other things. That's one of them. As he's at this historic NATO summit, I know we'll talk more about that, and also talk about the Save America Act. So this morning I did see that President Trump was on True Social, was reposting about the Save America Act and getting this done. We have a couple of different points on this. Can we show that, Dan, as far as on True Social? I think we have that, where I think it was Mike Lee that was putting it out there that the time is now. Get this done. And the Save America Act. Do we have that?
I'll be up there in about 10 seconds,
okay,
15 seconds.
Cool.
Or so.
So we'll talk about that because, you know, when we think about the Save America Act, the latest on this, just to review this with you, is that we now know that they'll put some teeth into this. So in other words, if somebody is, like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania or New Jersey, Linda, we had talked about that there have been confirmed cases where people who are non-citizens were caught voting. And so now they're putting some teeth into it. And what they're saying is, if you are caught basically allowing people to vote, they're establishing new criminal penalties against state election officials who register individuals lacking citizenship documents. And so now DOJ is warning of criminal charges for state election officials if non-citizens vote. Wanted to get your take on that.
So I know we've talked about the Save America Act a lot.
I know.
I think it's taking on this force of its own, and I think that what's going to happen is if we don't do well in the midterms, President Trump will be able to say it's because the Save America Act wasn't passed. So I kind of think a lot of it's performative. I've been to these little election offices. We have 67 counties in Pennsylvania, which means we have 67 different election offices. And to administer an election is such a huge task. I don't think people completely understand what these election offices undertake. And then to say to them, if a non-citizen gets on the rolls, you could be potentially liable for criminal penalties. I think that's tough. I think that it's probably already a crime or against the law to register a non-citizen. So I think this is just another way to strengthen. Saying that is just another way to strengthen that.
Well, just so I can clarify, the headline this morning is that DOJ sent out letters warning election officials across every single state and the District of Columbia that, hey, election officials, and an official letter saying you could face criminal prosecution over non-citizen voting. And that was confirmed late yesterday at some point, and the letters are going out. They're signed by Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon, and she obviously heads up the department's Civil Rights Division, giving states 5 days to explain how they will comply with federal voter eligibility laws that, as you're saying, Linda, already exist to maintain these clean voter lists. And so this is, yes, if the Save America Act gets in there, that would establish this. But as well, these letters are saying, hey, we do have existing laws.
Right. I think that those letters were somewhat performative in that a lot of the lawsuit, I think every single lawsuit that the Civil Rights Division has filed has not succeeded with regard to voter roll issues. And so now in this age of getting good headlines and getting things on Twitter, sending these, very, strict and severe letters to every state saying, we're going to enforce criminal penalties. It's a way to say, look, we're trying to do something. With regard to non-citizens on the voter rolls, each state does have some things in effect to prevent non-citizens being on the voter rolls. Here in Pennsylvania, we had a huge issue for many, many years wherein you would go to get your driver's license, which again was a federal law, which is why I do not like when the federal government gets involved in elections, because back in the 90s, the federal government said every time you go to get a driver's license, the state has to offer you the chance to get on the voter rolls. And that the federal government should have never done that. And that's why I get so antsy when I hear the federal government passing new laws, because I think that regarding elections. So Pennsylvania used to ask you if you wanted to vote before they confirmed whether or not you were a citizen, because they do have to confirm that when you go to the driver's license offices. So Pennsylvania did fix that part of it. Pennsylvania driver's license records, all of our driver's license records have something called an INS indicator, which is there's an indicator on our driver's license file whether or not we are a citizen. Counties have the ability to bounce the voter rolls off those databases to make sure that people are not citizens. Yeah, but do they? That's the issue. So that's more of and again, that's a state issue, not a federal issue, because every single state administers things very, very differently. And, I had a case on this very, very issue, unfortunately, and again, it was on that 1990s law, and it went up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ended up not taking it. And what had happened was the Commonwealth said that they basically refused to grant us the information, basically saying we did not have standing. We under the law, we did not have standing to seek that information about how many non-citizens are on the voter rolls. And that's back from that federal law that was passed in the 90s. So when these laws get passed, it sounds really good. I'm just worried about actually, will they actually work? And here in Pennsylvania, and, I know that I say this all of the time, but even if there is some type of a federal law that says, check your citizenship when you show up at the polling place or whatever the rule is, we don't have parity in our polling places in Pennsylvania. There's many polling places that are only run by Democrats or only run by Republicans, and especially here in Philadelphia, I'm the only one in my polling place that's a Republican. So, I from an administration standpoint, I look at how are we going to effectuate this, and Texas is a great example because Texas, they have electronic poll books, and when you go in to vote, their electronic poll books, you put your driver's license into the poll book, and the poll book checks your ID, and that works. And I would love to see that happen in Pennsylvania, but that's a Pennsylvania legislature issue. That is not a federal government issue.
Yeah, so what they're saying is that election officers could be criminally prosecuted for aiding or abetting non-citizen voting. But to your point, so who, and they're saying it would have to, it would be proved, you'd have to have proof that it was intentional. An intentional act aimed at diluting the votes of citizens could constitute a violation of federal law.
Right. So I guess that would mean if the people at the office, because a lot of the registrations are now happening online, but there still are paper registrations. So I guess if there was an issue where, an office worker was taking a paper registration and entering it into the computer and then did not do the proper checks regarding citizenship, I guess the DOJ is saying that they're going to prosecute them. I think there are absolutely ways to fix this. I'm not totally convinced that the Save America Act is the way to do it. And I'm worried that, I think that what's going to happen in the fall is when the Republicans lose, we'll hear what was stolen if we just would have had the Save America Act passed. And I'm not sure that that'll be the reason if elections are lost, that it's just because of the Save America Act. I also wonder about the mail balloting issue because I'm honestly wondering, Dawn, if that, like many problems, is eventually going to fix itself because the mail is just very unreliable. I mean, I just got something in my office yesterday that a court at 1501 Arch Street mailed me on June 23rd.
Yeah.
So what was yesterday, the 7th?
Yeah.
It took 14 days to go 5 blocks. And I think that what we're going to see is the mail, people are going to realize it's just not a reliable way to get ballots back. And for as bad of a reputation as drop boxes got, I mean, if you remember, people just thought drop boxes were the end of the world in 2020. Maybe we're going to switch more to drop boxes because we can control drop boxes, but we can't control the mail. So some of this mail balloting issue may fix itself. At the end of the day, though, Dawn, I don't like mail balloting. I mean, once you take that ballot out of the polling place, you have no protections. I don't know if someone's influencing you while you fill it out. I don't know if you're the one filling it out. Mail balloting is a huge problem. Now that it's in so many states, I don't know how that's going to go away.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions about it. Even I love to get a receipt for everything, to get a receipt. And so when you vote nowadays, even if it's on, a computerized machine and you see them and you can confirm it. So what I do is I take a picture when I vote, but I wish that voting machines printed out like a receipt.
Well, some of them do.
Oh, they do?
Some of them do.
I've never had that.
I'm not sure if they all print out like exactly how you voted, but even if it did print that out, I'm not sure what you would do with it because once your vote goes in the machine, it's randomized. I will tell you that there are very specific laws and routines in place in Pennsylvania that those voting machines have to be checked and calibrated. That's all things that go on behind the scenes that people don't really know about, that they do get checked and calibrated before the election, that both parties and candidates should be able to be there to see that. These are the little things that are happening that you're not even aware of, that we're checking to make sure, just like the casinos check to make sure, their slot machines or whatever are accurate. We do check those voting machines and they are tested and the paper's tested and it's tested to make sure if you choose a candidate, that's the candidate that's registered on the vote. Absolutely. That does happen. And that's why, during 2024, we had to recruit so many people because unfortunately in these off-year elections, not everyone watches that, even though the law allows it. But in those presidential elections, we recruit people to be there to watch all that.
Yeah, and then the Justice Department, had sought the voter registration list data. I don't know if I like that.
I've heard you talk
angle.
about that, Dawn, but voter rolls are public documents. It is a public document. If you register to vote, it is a public document. Not everything's public on it. Your name, your address, your birth date, and your voting history is public. Not who you vote for, because even the state doesn't know who you voted for, but whether you voted. So, like, if you pull my voting history, you can see that I voted in every election, and it all in Pennsylvania. It also shows whether or not I voted at the polls or voted, on a paper ballot, like by mail ballot. Why do we do that? Well, because it's a public record, and that's how we keep to make sure that those, remain, honest, and also candidates and parties get that information. That's how you direct your marketing to people. Once I vote, they don't have to send me postcards anymore. They don't have to call me anymore, or they know that I'm going to vote in every election. So they might, send me a postcard just to make sure that, I'm voting for the party this time around. So I know that disturbs people, that it's public, but it is absolutely a public record. Certain things are not public, like your driver's license number, that absolutely undividedly is not public, but your name and address is public, which is why some celebrities end up, not registering to vote. I think there are some laws that protect certain officials, like maybe federal judges, so that their address isn't public. But for the most part, it is a public record.
But in this one, and I'm mostly concerned about the hacks, because we see this all the time where there are these major hacks. The DOJ has asked, there's that big lawsuit over this. 30 states are saying no. They want state officials to provide voter names, dates of birth, residential addresses, driver's licenses, and social security data.
Okay, so in Pennsylvania, you can buy that today for $20. Not the social security number. That's not on your voter file. But the reason DOJ is asking for that is because that's how we make sure that there's not double registrations, because you'd be surprised when you pull those voter rolls how many people have the same name. It's amazing. Sometimes just to look through the voter rolls and look at people's names and look how many people have the same name. And then there's a lot of like juniors and seniors, like Joe Smith Jr., Joe Smith Sr. So all of that is public information. Social security numbers are not, and they're not, I don't even know if they're always associated with the voter rolls. But here in Pennsylvania, we could do it right now on air. I could order the voter database for $20. And in elections, the different campaigns, they're ordering that on a daily basis. Why? Because then they're putting it in their own software, and they're keeping track who returned their mail ballot, who voted already, who requested a mail ballot but didn't return it. So that's all public. And I know that you're talking about hacking, Dawn, but that's both the beauty and the frustration of our system. Because if I wanted to hack a presidential election, I can't hack one federal database, because there is not one federal database.
That's a good point.
I would have to go to a state. And here in Pennsylvania, I would have to go to a county and hack it. So the beauty of our system, the fact that it's so spread out, it's the genius of the system. It makes it way more difficult to hack. Just like our voting machines. If I wanted to hack our voting machines, I'd have to go to each polling place, because they're not, you vote and it goes on a cartridge, and then that cartridge, or USB drive, used to be a cartridge.
So would the answer with that, I would be more comfortable if they, and I know it's more labor intensive, and we'll get to, Dan has teed up, so I'll make this really quick. California's Governor Gavin Newsom wants to fix the elections, but who do you think he blames? We'll get to that in one little sec. What if, Linda, would you feel more comfortable if federal officials said, can we visit your state facility? Can you show us that you have this? You're not providing it. So we're not collecting the data, but rather we're checking it.
Well,
in live real time, but it's not being recorded or saved or anything of that nature, or smushed all together in one file that could be hacked.
See, even if you request the data, it can't be hacked. I do think that the DOJ has the right to get the voter data. I have the right to get it. I could do it on air right now, and I would download a file with every single voter in Pennsylvania. I've done it several times. I can do that right now. It's public data, and I can't hack it because they're only giving information to me. I'm not touching their files. So
Gotcha.
I think that the DOJ does have a right to look at this. It's just that these states start yelling about privacy, but voter files are not private. So
So they're full of it.
yeah, I think that, and this is what the NVRA, the Motor Voter Act that originally was passed in the 1990s, that it was during the Clinton administration, and it said that it was trying to encourage people to vote, and it said that when you go to get your driver's license, every state has to give you the opportunity to register you to vote. But there was also another clause in it that said states have to make their voter rolls public, and their maintenance of those voter rolls public. And that's what's been getting litigated now for the last 30 years, because then, people are suing saying, well, Congress wasn't clear on who exactly can get the voter rolls. And so this has been litigated for 30 years. There's a split in the circuit. My case did not succeed at the Supreme Court, but we're still hoping, because there's enough splits in the circuit, that the Supreme Court will, address it. Because when Congress said, hey, we're going to dump all these people on the voter rolls at the DMV, the compromise was, but we're going to allow you to be able to check those voter rolls. And then, unfortunately, that part about checking has not worked like Congress intended. And that's why I fear when the federal government gets involved in these election.
So let's get to Gavin Newsom wants to fix elections.
What separates a democracy from a monarchy from a dictatorship is the fundamental right to vote. Lose that, and you lose everything. Which is why on America's 250th birthday, we need a declaration of election independence. Freedom from election manipulators and deniers. Freedom from the militarization of Election Day. Freedom from the fear of imprisonment if you don't go along with Trump's schemes. In a few months, the American people will go to the polls. And Donald Trump, he knows exactly what's coming. He knows that Congress, accountable to the people, will put an end to the lies, to the corruption, to the sale of this government to the highest bidder. And because he knows that, he's afraid for himself. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about America. He hardly cares about his own political party.
So I thought he was going to tell us how to fix elections, not stand there and complain about Donald Trump. That was a big bunch of nothing.
It was.
I mean, you want to fix elections? Here in Pennsylvania, the majority of our election code was passed in the 1930s. In the 1930s. That was before, before computers. Like, that's what has to be fixed. We have to update our election laws. And it's not getting done. It's not getting done.
So that was Gavin Newsom just trying to get an excuse to look good, have his perfect hair at a podium, and make a play on words as far as the 4th of July and Declaration of Independence. Let's have a declaration of independent elections. That's what I see.
Our elections are, for the most part, that's how they're designed. They are independent. States administer elections. They decide, they buy their own voting machines. They decide about their polling places. They decide, how the ballots are going to look. All that stuff is things that states decide. So I don't know what he's talking about other than just have the chance to say, Trump multiple times and how bad Trump is. That's all performative. And that's what gets me with these politicians. Yeah. Maybe they should go sit in an election office and understand how it really works.
Let me speak directly to anyone considering helping President Trump interfere with our election or our count. If you violate California's laws, if you interfere with our voters, tamper with our ballots, or meddle in our election, you will be prosecuted. Doesn't matter who gave the order. That's why I'm moving forward with new legislation that would make it a felony to seize ballots before the vote has been certified by state and county officials. We will be the wall he cannot get past, because we believe that once an election is decided, the winner governs for everyone. That's the architecture of American liberty. Donald Trump, he doesn't believe in that architecture.
Dawn, I don't know what he's talking he's talking about. I really don't. I haven't heard any of the proposals where Donald Trump is suggesting seizing the ballots before they're officially counted. I don't even know how you would do that. Again, even in Philadelphia, do you know how many people you would need to seize the ballots? Every night, or every election night, every single polling place has the police come and pick up I keep calling it a cartridge because it used to be a cartridge, it's a USB drive, and to bring it back to the central election office. I mean, we have, I think 4,500 different, we have 1,700 districts, election districts, 4,500 machines, I think, here in Philadelphia alone. Who's trying to seize that? Like, it doesn't even make sense.
So can I just ask you something, though? Is DOJ sending out these letters? Because that story broke, I think last night and this morning. Are they reacting to the headline that Newsom unveiled these felony penalties for election interference?
Maybe. I think that DOJ is, there's a lot of bad headlines about the Save America Act, and I think they're trying to react and say, look, we are trying to do something. And it's just competing for headlines.
Let's can you stick around? Can we just go to a real short commercial break?
Sure.
Just real short, and we'll be right back.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Experience matters, especially when you're making an investment in your next vehicle. At Lexus of Cherry Hill, they've built their reputation the right way. Veteran and family owned and operated, and recognized as an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. From the refined Lexus RX to the powerful and capable GX, you'll find performance, luxury, and reliability in every model. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, doing business the right way. For J.D. Power of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to today's graduation ceremony. Students, when you hear the reason or reasons for your absences throughout the years, please exit the auditorium without your high school diploma. Once you've exited, remove your cap and gown and proceed into the unknown. Too tired. Family trip. Part-time job. Helping around the house. Sick day. Starting the holidays early. Just because.
Starting in the 6th grade, students who miss 18 days or more of school in a year for any reason will fall behind and risk not graduating high school. How many days of school has your child missed this year? Absences add up. Keep track at boostattendance.org today. Brought to you by the U.S. Army and the Ad Council.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
We are live. We are local. Dawn Stensland, Linda Kearns, executive producer Dan Borowski. Headline, I'll just read this off to you. Philadelphia Inquirer, poverty in New Jersey is 3 times higher than the federal measure. It doesn't have to be that way. Shame, shame. I'm glad they're doing the headline. When we think about what's going on in the world right now and the media bias, it does make me crazy. Linda Kearns, thank you for this chocolate. What was the other story? I know. It's so good.
Can I take listeners behind the scenes real quick? Because Dawn's often talked about like she's a bird, like she doesn't really ever eat.
I don't
and
think she does.
I know, and
She
I
doesn't
just
eat, she doesn't sleep.
I turned around during the break, and she was like the Cookie Monster with the
Dawn,
chocolate bar that you brought in.
I just want to mention this necklace that I wear every day.
Yeah.
You know what it says?
What?
Count ballots in public.
I like it.
That would do more than the Save America Act. And I'm not saying go down on Broad Street and put them on the street and count them. I'm saying let us watch the counting. Let us watch in polling places. And here I can, Pennsylvania is my home and it's where I practice election law. We have serious problems. Our law only says that each candidate and party can have one person in the room when ballots are counted. When Philly counts those ballots at that big warehouse, my poll watchers, my election observers can't get close enough to actually look at the envelopes. We've made great strides over the years because we push and push and push and push. But I would like to be able to have enough poll watchers in there to actually look, see every ballot as it's getting counted. So those are the tedious election reforms that people like me think would make our elections a lot safer.
What about technology? Can your one poll watcher have a drone?
Well, right now, no, not in the Philly. I mean, right now, you watch them processing the mail ballots. So that means you're watching someone look at the outside of the ballot to make sure it's signed and dated. But the way it's set up, my watchers are not close enough to see each and every envelope. That's just, there's a barricade up and you just can't see. And this has been litigated and litigated and litigated, and we need our legislature to change the law. But it just hasn't gotten changed. So, when I think election integrity, those are the really tedious things I think about. I remember in 24, I had my brother observing, I think in Montgomery County, he was observing the counting, and he called me and said, "This is the most boring thing I've ever done." And I said, "Good. That means you're doing your job. If nothing's happening, if no one's, taking ballots out of the place or ripping up ballots or anything else people get accused of, you're doing your job. You're standing there watching." And we recruit people at every election, and I know it's very tedious, but that's how it works. Not Gavin Newsom standing at a podium complaining about Donald Trump, which seems to be what every Democrat thinks is how you get election integrity.
So, what are you reading?
Oh, I was telling you on the break. I got it on tape because I spend so much time in my car. I just finished this book called Yesteryear, and the premise was so cool because I am so tired of social media, and I really try not to look at it because I think that's a waste of time. I think sleep is good, but social media is not. And the premise of this book is one of these Instagram influencers who has a farmhouse and makes her own bread and sews her own clothes for her kids and milks her own cows and then puts it all on Instagram and acts like her life is perfect, actually wakes up in the 1800s on a real farm and then realizes, wait a minute. It's not that much fun when you don't have a refrigerator and a KitchenAid mixer and a nanny,
and a wash
machine,
machine,
a washer, a dryer. I mean, all Dawn, has your washer ever gone out, or your dishwasher? I mean, or even like at worst, your electricity, you're like, I can't even live. So it was the book. I don't want to talk too much about it because it has a twist at the end, but it was an interesting take, interesting satire on social media, because I just know, especially from my divorce practice, people look at social media and see all these pictures of people and how happy they look. And then they think, well, my life isn't that happy. But guess what? Neither is theirs. Like, it's all fake. Stop looking at it. I don't think it's good for your mental health.
I have a niece. I'll have to get her on sometime with you on a Wednesday. She and her husband have 3 little kids. Hannah, she is, how old's Hannah? Like 27 with 3 kids. They bought this like double wide mobile home and a few acres, and they live out, I won't say where, in Southern Illinois. And they have like 6 dogs. She is so happy. She's
But I bet she has electricity and
running
water.
But I don't know if I could do all that. 6 dogs, and 3 little kids, 2, 4, and 6, and a double wide on 3 acres.
That's a lot.
I don't know.
But I did even know, do you try to not look at your phone? Like, I really have to try to do that. And what I found, Dawn, was when I was watching the Phillies or watching TV at night, I'd be looking at my phone. And I'm like, why am I looking at my phone? There's nothing on here. So what I just did over the last couple months is I started taking crochet classes because I thought if I could crochet, then I'd be using my hands when I'm watching the Phillies game, and then I won't pick up the phone. And it's working in that I'm not picking up the phone, but I there's a little bit of a scandal because I keep graduating like from crochet 1 to crochet 2, and I'm not very good. So I think they're like socially promoting me or giving me like a participation trophy. And my friends are laughing at me because they're like, you're a lawyer, you have like this big ego that you can do anything, and now you're mad because like everyone else is better than you in crochet class. So it solved the problem of I have something to do with my hands while I'm watching the Phillies game, but now I have all these other frustrations that I'm not very good at crocheting. So I'll keep you posted.
I know, but you're amazing at everything else.
Oh, well,
so.
Dawn, please. Oh, I see Dom out there and Henry.
Means we got to go.
Yeah, they're probably like,
Dom's
get
I know.
over.
Dom's like, what are they doing?
I loved
We're
being
having fun.
here, Dawn.
We're eating
Thank
chocolate.
you so much.
Love you, Linda. Mwah. Love you, Dan Borowski. Dan has been on fire all day today. Wow. We have so much. We're going to just have to do leftovers, including a little bit of dark chocolate. Have a great day. This is the most beautiful day weather-wise, but Dom Giordano has such a treat in store for you. Stay right there. Dom time.
As a veteran of Iraq or Afghanistan, joining IAVA.org really helps in the transition home. It's a network of OIF and OEF vets like me who've got your back here, just like we did over there. That means when you need help navigating the GI Bill, we've got your back. And when you're dealing with the transition home, we've got your back. Or when you just want someone to share stories with, we've got your back. Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America is there for you. Join our community at IAVA.org. We've got your back.
Brought to you by IAVA and the Ad Council.
I'm a radio guy. Always have been. I grew up with radio and still love it today. I love talk, music, and great personalities. I used to have satellite, and I've tried internet stations, but you know what? Local radio is still my favorite. Then I found HD radio. Now I get all the stations I've always listened to, plus a lot more I never knew were there. The coolest part? I bought an HD radio for just $50, and I pay no monthly subscription fees. So if you like radio, you'll love HD radio.
More stations, no monthly fees. HD Radio, a good deal more.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for joining us. You know, it's these hours, noon to 3 woman. They knew what that would mean. So the Graham Plattner thing makes it into the side question today. But it was more, I think, the most recent polling / fundraising indicating people were ultimately rejecting this buffoon. So there's only a limited, it's the same thing with Biden. When Biden stepped in it, Trump had the great line, even he doesn't know what he's saying during that debate. That's when they started to lower the boom. Now, are they going to tag in a guy who's already announced, former Speaker of the Senate, he wants it, he's running, who allegedly threw a bottle at a woman during a policy debate, like another representative, as far as we know? They really want to go down that path. They're not going to win in Maine. The Senate is not in play. It's the House of Representatives. And every indication I have, a guy that writes for Newsweek today, who's a liberal, coming off Plattner, asked the question, are Democrats going to blow the midterms? In other words, his point is solid. This point in the presidency, some of the stuff going on, the media antagonism, how is it that Democrats couldn't win the House? And I would say it's just about even money right now. Even though Republicans are not doing anything, you know my big thing, it's voter turnout. And I don't see what Republicans are doing to turn out voters. Wanted to start with this poll, though. Mediaite has it up. And the poll indicates that Jewish Americans, self-identified Jewish Americans, self-identified, I can't say that enough, they favor Mamdani over Netanyahu. Now, these are just among American Jews. It's probably a wider gulf. In what country could people whose religious/cultural background, self-identified, that are Jewish, Netanyahu is 27% underwater, meaning his unfavorable is 27% higher than his favorable when you add it up. Mamdani among American Jews is a +5. Now, here is a stone cold, he and the wife, take a look at the wife, they crawl with it. He is a stone cold anti-Israel, anti-Semite, anti-American, commie king of New York. So what is it that's happening here? Well, we saw over in Mount Airy, heavily Jewish, many neighborhoods that went for who? Chris Robb, a hater of Israel, a hater of America. But Mamdani is so much more prominent that you know about this guy. And how is it, what is the reason with Netanyahu? Well, the reason is the genocide that Israel is committing in Gaza. We're back to that again. Meanwhile, we have a bunch of people kidding themselves, and I'm not going to kid you. And I want to hear from you today if you want to be kidded or not. We're back into it with Iran. And this threat, well, we're going to hit him. We're going to hit him hard again tonight. We'll annihilate him. In my heart of hearts, do I believe that's going to work with Iran? No, if it means the stuff that we've done before, as far as the same kind of targets, etc., I don't think that's going to work. What it would take is stuff that they seem to be reluctant to do. We're talking about all out on bridges, power stations, water, which we'd be accused of war crimes. The strategy we talk about with Victoria Coates, I hope she's back on Friday, of inflation, their economy, the sanctions are back on. They're all good, but they're going to take time. You got to realize, haven't we learned over 47 years? They're willing to absorb. They're insane. They are religious, insane fanatics. So I'm not going to lightly tell you, let's just bomb the hell out of them some more. And that's going to get them to do what we want. And the clock is ticking toward the midterms and everything else. The markets spike again. So what is the secret sauce here to make them do that? We've tried a lot of good stuff here. This still was the right thing to do. But I think they'd be liars if they told you that they know the path of what's going to bring them to their knees and relent on this. Can we target their leadership? That's part of the problem in this goofy fanatic nation. There's all kinds of leadership groups, and they do all kinds of things. In the end, they're hateful, evil, and backwards. That's what you're dealing with. But they have just enough leverage because of the Strait of Hormuz. and because they just have enough firepower. Now, you know where this could lead. Not that I would ever think in a million years, let's take Carg Island, let's do all that stuff. I'm never going to be on board with that. I don't want Americans to die over this. So we are back to a not good situation again. The president, we will play you some sound a little bit later on, talking about that's it, we're going to hit him hard again. Okay. I don't think, just think of what you're dealing with here. This is not Venezuela. They are fanatics. Could we kill the leadership, more of them? I'm all on board. Kill them all. Kill as many as we can. If it's thousands, hundreds of thousands, I don't care. But is that going to stop them, the leadership? It seems as if they have other people. There's other leadership groups. You don't know who you're dealing with. So I don't know that that is the option. This is asymmetric. The fear of not being able to get ships through the Strait of Hormuz is real. So are we going to continue to kid ourselves with people that would say, we're just going to bomb the hell out of them? And that's going to work. I'm all on board with doing it, continuing to do it, do more of it. But in my mind, that's not ultimately what's going to bring them to their knees. Are we saying we really didn't do so much of it before? I thought we did an excellent job. I thought it was widespread. I don't know exactly how much more you would do. And sending them the message, they have the message in their head. They've done this forever. The delay game. They're religious, evil fanatics. And this is what we have to overcome. I look at the opponent, put hate aside, and try to ask myself one question: how do I win here? And that's a hard one with this. So I'm sure we're going to hear bluster about more bombing, doing more of that. Meanwhile, the clock in my head is ticking toward the midterms. Big, beautiful bill anniversary this Friday. Democrats think they have a winner. I'll break that down for you why they don't. But the media is all on board with saying the big, beautiful bill is a failure. How could that be? I'll give you one nugget. They say the so-called working class tax cuts, they're over come 2028. Meanwhile, for the wealthy 10%, they're permanent at this point. Well, let's make those others permanent also. Who is it that blocked them from being permanent? Let's make no tax on tips permanent. Let's ratchet it up more. Let's give people more back. Well, what are we going to be spending on? I don't care. That's up to you. I don't want to spend it. I want to keep it. So watch this battle, huge battle, around the idea of the working class getting shafted. Democrats think they have a winner here. No tax on tips and all that. The media helping them. No. This was just about billionaires. All right. We'll get to coming up to the Republicans. We're trying to get one on who's a leader. About 100 of them have signed off on the DOJ and others probing the WNBA for bias, racism, which I do believe it is part of this. It's also the part that she's straight. It's also the part this is a bunch of losers, the WNBA overall, their leadership and the whole thing that goes into this. They're probing the attacks on Caitlin Clark. We have Gina Oriamo, the head coach of the UConn. We'll play you him saying what's happening in the WNBA is not a referendum on America. Well, as far as it goes, it's not a referendum on America, but the reason we talk about it, not just sports stations, is the fact that we're seeing play out of us, the Sonny Hostins of the world and the others, that attitude toward this. And they just can't stomach. I've seen a report, saw a report yesterday that Caitlin Clark is responsible for about a quarter of the total economic capability of the WNBA. Now, that's a lot for one player to be carrying. A quarter of that, of what she's brought to it. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. So Graham Plattner walking the plank slowly. It's an oyster farm after all. Graham Plattner walking the plank. Plattner has jumped the shark. We're looking today for some trend or person that you wish would jump the shark, that we'd all say, the world would say, that's it, that's over. It could be a trend. I'll give you an example. Henry picked this up yesterday after the show. The number of ways people refuse to say you're welcome. No problem. Of course. We had a waitress down the shore. I said, of course. She was nice and all, but can you say you're welcome one time?
Never.
Never. Let's see you're welcome make a comeback. One of the all-time that I would choose to go away, maybe they are due to some things. Gender reveal parties are just, I don't see them quite as much. Could it be they're jumping the shark? I mean, after you have fires and things blowing up and God knows what, maybe you think. And I'll throw one in. I know people don't like to hear this one, but what the heck? The Kelseys. Every lock, stock, and barrel. I'm including Taylor Swift, too.
Well, yeah, she's a Kelsey.
I'm including the whole, and the
take his
mom.
last
The
name?
mom and the chocolate chip cookies is jump the shark. They are what they are. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah. Do we know? Did Taylor take Travis's last name? Do we know?
I don't think so.
I wouldn't think so. Yet. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Apparently, the whole operation's under wraps. But
yeah, exactly.
I'll take two things off the board that I think just need to jump the shark already. How about in Major League Baseball? How about the extra inning ghost runners?
That's your favorite.
You brought it in to speed up the game, and then a few years later, you introduced the pitch clock, which has sped up the game. You don't need to do this anymore in the extra innings. We're not trying to go home. We're trying to see the best ending to a ball game possible, and the best ending doesn't start with whoever got out last on second base to start the inning.
Yeah, maybe they ought to put him on third base.
Yeah, might as well.
Maybe they ought to put him halfway there, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, let's sack fly each other to death.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
great. Yeah,
Yeah,
I love
yeah,
it. And then
yeah.
the other one I'll take off the board. Can we stop with the QR codes as menus? I want a physical menu in my hand. When I'm going out to eat, I'm hanging up and I'm hanging out. I don't want to have to take out my phone, scan the QR code, and scroll through it that way. Just hand me the menu. Come on, what are we doing?
Yeah, what's the reason for that?
It was COVID. It's another one of the COVID. The ghost runners and QR code menus are one of the worst things to come out of COVID.
I thought QR menus were more recent. Maybe not.
No, I'm telling you, it was just because they didn't want to, have to wipe down menus or whatever.
That's no reason.
Yeah, it's just that's what they did. Just pull it up on your phone. It's easier that way.
Well, can we stop jumping the shark and bring cash back, like in Phillies games, or cashless and all?
Yeah,
you don't
that
want
is
my
kind of
money.
annoying.
It's legal tender.
Yeah.
It's America. Break down on the Schuylkill Expressway and see, here's my card. No, you have to hand a guy $50 to get out of there. That's what it's going to be. All right, Henry's got two COVID remnants. Kirk, how about yours?
The big one, the one thing for me is the jump the shark. It needs to go away. Is celebrity podcasts. I'm sick of it. You got Meghan Markle. You got Michelle Obama. You got all these movie stars that that made their name in TV and movies. And it's like, let's see if I can get into podcasts that no one's going to listen to. Enough of the celebrity podcasts. I'm done.
All right.
Good. Other than ours.
Yeah. All right. Old school,
We're
new
talking
school,
Hollywood.
next school. That's my school choice one. That's rising in the charts.
Exactly.
Take that, Michelle Obama. Old
go.
school, new school, next school.
Yep.
Okay. 855-839-1210. All you have to do is hit that to get in. The Iranian thing. I guess people want to be reassured. I don't see it. Do you see it? Well, Dom, if we just drop even more on them, I would do it. I'm not restrained by bombing Iran around the clock for the next. I just hear the clock ticking. I want to get out of this situation. Is there any way to do it? Or are we going to be stuck with this through the midterms, thus helping Democrats? And the midterms are more important than this, even at this point. There is no way out of dealing with these people that you have leverage over as long as they can hit the Strait of Hormuz. Now, can we carpet bomb enough along there where they didn't have military capability to be doing damage? Apparently with drones and things of that nature. No, we can't. So what is the threat to them? And was this a miscalculation? See, I don't miscalculate with these people. They're not like Venezuela. They're all for the revolution, but if you kill enough of them, Maduro, he got it. These guys are fanatics, and there's more fanatics that are there. They want to brutalize women. They want to murder people. They want to kill Jews. They want to be grandiose losers, all in the name of their religion. They're not giving that up. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers. Now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle. Oh, there's a robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. With impressive efficiency, sleek exterior styling, and sport-tuned suspension, the Honda Civic and HR-V have all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
Shop Piazza Hyundai of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Be prepared with CHIP, free or low-cost healthcare for Pennsylvania kids and teens. From checkups to unexpected bumps and bruises and everything in between, CHIP has you covered. Don't wait until you need it. Be prepared with CHIP. Because every kid deserves quality health care and every parent deserves peace of mind knowing their kids are covered. CHIP. Free or low-cost health care for kids and teens under age 19. Learn more at chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
With the world's biggest soccer tournament here in Philadelphia, restaurants all over the Delaware Valley are preparing for generational games and generational crowds. We're welcoming visitors from all over the world. And if you're a restaurant owner, you know the next few weeks will be the most challenging and most rewarding of the year. So if you're worried that your point of sale won't stand up to the task, you need to talk to our friends at PDQ POS. Make sure your system is ready. Get a free demo at pdqpos.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom Giordano time, 855-839-1210. Something you wish would jump the shark. You've had enough of it, like Graham Plattner, who is quickly moving toward that. This is cut 4. Here's Brandon Gill, the congressman from Texas, rising star, making one of the bigger points here about Plattner. It's not just about power. It's about Democrats realizing they have lost straight white males up and down the line. So rather than changing their policy, because they're not going to do that, they're wedded to all these things that drove them away, what are they going to try to do? They're going to try to find an everyman like Walz. Who in the world would think that guy Males are going, oh, I want to be like that. He's a football coach. Look at that goofball with the jazz hands. So now the guy was Plattner. Cut 4, Brandon Gill.
Democrats are going to go looking for another candidate that they think can make that or articulate that message, particularly to young white men. What happened here, remember, is that Democrats were looking for somebody. Graham Plattner didn't just come out of nowhere from Maine. Party leaders looked for a candidate that they believed would resonate with young white men, and they found the biggest scumbag they possibly could, because Graham Plattner is the caricature of white men that Democrats have in their heads, and that's who they think can carry that message.
Yeah, this is when we played you, that couple, these two nitwits who found the oyster farmer. And not only just white men, but, quote, working class white men. The oyster farmer who only sells oysters to his mama, that guy that went to an $80,000 a year school when he was a kid. That's what they're looking for. Yeah, but he's got the Nazi tattoo. Oh, that's what white men do. Put him out there. They'll love it. No, the Democrat Party has lost that. And they're not making any move to get it back because they don't want to. By the way, have you noticed? Who is it that has not spoken out and says that Plattner should get out? Josh Shapiro. At least to this point coming on air, there's no record that Josh Shapiro has called for him to leave. Every other Democrat seemingly has done that, but not Josh Shapiro. Okay. We have Gino Auriemma, coach, most successful in basketball. Well, Johnny Wooden, Auriemma, women's basketball, doing a podcast about Caitlin Clark. Now, just as I came on, this group of Republicans, our pretty big group of House Republicans, announce the DOJ and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission could crack down what they're pushing on the WNBA after Caitlin Clark was viciously and violently fouled on the court and is being targeted because she's white. Now, just going off the foul, that's going to be a little more difficult. There's a lot more to it than that. It brings up the big, broad thing. Why in the world? Think about it. Out of all the things going on in the world, well, I would argue we talk about it a lot more than WIP. They don't, because politics are involved. Why in the world would talk radio, I'm not sure every major station, but talk radio 1210, I know Nick in the morning, I talk about it, have talked about the WNBA and Caitlin Clark? Because there's a narrative here. That's pretty obvious. Maybe even more than the racial animus, although there's some of that. It's the lesbian contingent in the league. There's that element. And just an element with this WNBA of people that don't know what they're doing that plays into all of this. They're a subsidiary of the NBA in order to have this. And nobody paid that much attention to them, even though they had any number of really good players, until Caitlin Clark came along, coming off what she did in college, the shot from the logo, etc. And somehow or another, they started, when she played, to sell out arenas. I don't know what the biggest one is. It's in the weeds, but they were getting nothing like that before, or rarely. And there's resentment. Some of it is innocent resentment. Hey, she's getting all this. She's a bit unproven. I think she may have $10 million in endorsement deals. And the reason is people want her to endorse their products. Some of it takes the form of race. Some of it, she's straight. Then there's just odd jealousies back and forth. But the narrative is that there has been way too much of there. It's more than just if you're the number one pick, if you're a top player. She's third year into the league. They leave her off stuff constantly. There's enough smoke here to think there's a bit of a fire. Not completely. So here's Auriemma, though. He doesn't see it that way. His big line from this interview, I'm not sure which one it is, Henry. That's the one I wanted to play, these two, is that this isn't a referendum on America. Now, I'm not saying the WNBA is a referendum on America, But there's stuff here that we're interested in for the reasons I just laid out. It's more than just a knockoff basketball thing. It's about how this whole thing is positioned. The women on The View get it. They know which side they're on, which side to go with. They immediately see it. What's the big deal here? All right, here's the coach of UConn.
Now, having said that, I do think there are some personal animosities in that league where people are going to take a shot at her unfairly. No question about that. No question about that. And anybody can deny it all they want. Okay, anybody can deny it all they want. Because if I'm wrong, then there will be a lot more people coming to her defense, and they're not, and neither am I, because I don't coach in the league and I don't play in the league. But yes, it shouldn't be a national referendum, and yes, there are players in that league that would love to kick her ass every minute of every day. Yeah.
All right. So his stance is now the way the Republicans frame this is not put together in the way that I would advise them. They're a bit over the top, but they say what they're calling for the DOJ today, and I think the DOJ will do this. If the discrimination or retaliation is occurring and creating a hostile work environment, would I say based upon some of the stuff we've seen, now look, who wants to get into this government ease language of a hostile work environment? But technically, is it? Yeah, I'd say it is. I'd say there's enough of this stuff going on, and the throat thing and the aftermath of that would be an example of it. Is that the right way to go? I think they're trying to put the fear of God into the WNBA, which they won't. They'll just continue to play this out, and then somebody's going to have to do something here. Now, Caitlin Clark is not fueling any of this by and large. Occasionally she makes a statement. But we played you last week, her head coach, who goes off on she doesn't like the death threats and the other stuff to the Phoenix player. Yeah, nobody does. That's not what's the narrative here. The narrative is Caitlin Clark, why is this going on? The coach here telling us he thinks it's more just this is what players get. I don't see it that way. I get that. I get that. It's easy to fall into that. This is something more here that's going on. And the WNBA is a toxic place. Their view of America and the nonsense that goes on with them is not mine. And that's why I don't know about a referendum on something this petty, the WNBA. Why is it talked about, though? Now, this will ratchet it up, and we'll see what their response is. I'm sure Democrats are going to respond that what? Somehow or another, they're just throwing their weight around here. White supremacist, something will come out of this. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question. Grant Plattner jumps the shark. Something you want to see jump the shark also. Something that's passé, whose time is passé. It could be a person you'd like to see go away. President Trump still with NATO in Turkey today. And again, I'm tired. I hear them in talk radio, cable TV. But let's just bomb them more. And I'm asking you the question in your heart of hearts. You really think that's going to stop the Iranians? It might stop them for a day or two. They'll say it to get the bombing to ease up. And then what will they do? They'll go back to this type of stuff. So what is the option? They're not good. You're not dealing with the normal humans here. You're dealing with people who are fanatical. And you've seen how they look, these people turning out for this leader, not turning out with their love of their leader. They're scared to death they'll be killed, or the relatives will, if they don't take to the streets. But you have to realize any number of them are religious fanatics, and they should be called on that. How do you deal with them? Well, many instances you have to kill them. And we've done a good job of that, and it still has not abated this, because they have in their head, we know that you're not going to put boots on the ground and come in and secure that area. I don't know that we can secure it in any other way. I mean, that's where the focus has to be militarily. Can we secure the Strait of Hormuz without putting Americans in the direct line of fire? What would it take? We had to blow up their entire oil supply. Then the backfires on the world. You see what's happening today with the markets. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hit us on the side also. We got Dom's Money Melody at 2:13 today. And yes, we have Dave Matthews Band tickets again. Be ready for that around 2:12, 2:13, somewhere in that area. 855-839-1210.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows that when spring showers are coming down so hard it seems like Mother Nature traded out cats and dogs for lions and bears, you'll be glad you called us to clear your block drains and prevent dangerous power surges so your home can stay safe and comfortable. Plus, with Horizon's same-day water heater installs and repairs with no emergency service fees, we work fast to ensure you have all the plumbing and electrical help you need. So book horizonservices.com now and enjoy the comfort of your home without worrying about whatever kind of zoo that's coming down out there.
250 years have gone into building this great nation. Iron, brick, and stone forming its foundations. Wires carrying the lifeblood of electricity. And pipes delivering the water to our cities. Behold the strength and scale of American infrastructure. But it only takes a minute for some uninformed homeowner with a shovel to shut it all down. Electricity off. Running water non-existent. And that sewage ain't going nowhere now. Gee, thanks, Bill. Know what's below. And contact PA1 Call before you dig. Visit PA1Call.org.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment to see if you qualify for asset-based long-term care. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCullough'sAutorepair.com.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom Giordano's show. Why? I'm looking at the names. None of them local are these Republicans who signed off for this, calling for the DOJ, equal employment opportunity, to be looking at what goes on in the WNBA, particularly vis-a-vis Caitlin Clark. I think there's something there. That's why we talked about it. And pinning it down exactly to what's going on there. Is it a hostile work environment? That's an interesting, a basketball game, and you're going to be talking about that. Well, hostile work environment could be anything. So it appears there's going to be more pushback on this. We played you to Coach as far as he just sees it as a normal give and take, physical play, all that stuff. All right, Jesse and Winmore. Jesse's next in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Dom. How you doing, buddy?
Good.
I just one thing quick. I did was down Mulligan's with you a couple weeks ago. It was fabulous.
Oh, well, thank you.
Time.
Yep, hope to be back again
Sue
soon.
And I were there together.
Sue, it was unbelievable. Thank you for coming.
I know. Yes, we booked the Apollo. But anyway, with Oriyama, I think the guy is really annoyed at the fact that he didn't get a chance to recruit Caitlin. I think he blew it. He was out in the Midwest, and he overlooked her or didn't take it up with her. So I think right there he overlooked a sensational talent, as we know who she is. So and also Gino made a statement about first-round picks always get their butts kicked, which that's not true either, because his own protege, Paige Buckner's, is not getting her butt kicked. And she was a number one pick.
Well, I would say this, the intensity, I haven't seen her, I don't follow the minutia, but she doesn't get fouled like this. It's Clark that they've gone after. And look, it could be just, and I understand this as a competitor, it could be just overall envy. This league has been there forever. Some of these players are pretty good, and he or she comes along and gets all this notoriety, even though you'd have to they fail to see why she does. It's a logo shot, what she did in college, stuff like that. It caught on.
Oh, yeah.
And she's fundamentally really hand on the ball and assist, really top notch. So she's fundamentally good. She's not just a flash in the pan. But some of it is the lesbian aspect of the league and the racial aspect. It's playing into it. So, Jesse, who is it that you wish would jump the shark?
Jump the shark. Ooh, that's a good one. It's a fad we're talking about, right?
Yeah, anything. Yes.
The Muslim migration.
Okay, I'll put you down for that. It's a little heavy for the side question.
I tried.
That's all right. That's all right.
Explain it.
All right. Yeah. No, that's okay. All right. 855-839-1210. You get on board. So this just happened. You also should know that the Department of Justice, maybe more seriously, they're looking greatly into Randy Weingarten, the head of the AFT, the grand dame of the teachers' unions. Did she take $1.4 million somehow or another for publicity and I guess buying her book, How Fascists Don't Like Teachers? Remember that? Anti-Trump, up and down the line. So they're going after her, investigating. And there's enough evidence that this money, well, just take a look at what they did in Jersey, NJEA. What did the guy take? Was it $50 million plus to run for governor? Didn't even get out of the primary or come close. The head of the NJEA. How did the teachers over in Jersey put up with that? Well, this is the same thing. For her book, the allegation is that she did things using that union money to profit her, to profit the book and the propaganda of it. So we got that underway. But the Caitlin Clark thing just came down. Any number have signed off, wanting both DOJ and then this hostile work environment. Is it a hostile work environment? Yeah, I think you can make the case. Seems silly for a basketball league. But again, every time there's an issue, we're told by people like Sonny Hostin and these others, why are you talking about this? Males and female sports. Why are we talking about it? Because it's unfair. It's illegal, probably. It's dangerous, potentially. And because it flies in the face of Title IX and females. And we're not going to stop. Why in the world do you want to continue to do it is more of this question. So it's the same thing with Clark. Are we making a federal case out of it? That's the coach's position, I guess. He's looking at it just through a basketball lens. He's a basketball lifer. He sees that. Doesn't want to see the big picture. And the bigger picture indicates to me, there's a problem here. And as a result of that, how in the world do you deal with it? Is it overkill to bring the federal government in? Yeah, part of me says, wow. But again, why does it seep into talk radio with all the political things out there? I gave you the reasons. They're obvious. It's a culture battle here. And how would one of the better players trigger that? Well, this is like their own little club, the women that have been running this essentially. And they don't like an upstart coming in this manner. And to a greater or lesser degree, they're going to take action against her. All right, getting on the side. We're looking for, think about how many are out there. A person or trend that you would hope would jump the shark, that we'd all agree that's it. Plattner has. Whether he knows it or not, I'm not even sure what he's negotiating at this point. There's not going to be any more play here. And the reason is the fundraising money. The polling. The polling, it was not horrible. Well, it was trending the wrong way. But the fundraising apparently was really going downhill. And all this was about was winning with a caricature of a white male. This is the best they could come up with. This is their idea of what authentic is. And that's one of the big takeaways from this. All right, coming up, you know how we often hear every time any Elon Musk makes money, somebody like that, you know how many people that would feed if we didn't have billionaires? What about Christine Aguilera? What about not performing on July 4th? I'll give you the rundown of what's happening with that. And how much did the city of Philadelphia spend on paying celebrities on July 4th? All that straight ahead and get in on the side, 855-839-1210.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. Make every mile count with a great deal on an Accord or Accord Hybrid with a standard turbocharged engine or available hybrid powertrain. Honda has all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
Shop Piazza Hyundai of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active. And it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Today's Gold Price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a 4th-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,056.84.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty, that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, so it appears that Graham Plattner are threatening to stay into the race unless they choose somebody from his nutbag wing of the party. I don't know if there are any the bottle guy, the guy throwing a bottle at a woman would be the choice. Maybe you want to go and get a Nazi tattoo at lunchtime. 855-839-1210, you get on board. Now, Christine Aguilera, apparently, by all the things that I could see, is getting paid even though she didn't perform. God knows what kind of rider, or even M&Ms weren't available at midnight or something. So, and in some news reports that I saw, it's about $3.6 million performers were paid to perform that night. So, you know how often on the left we hear this? Well, wait a minute. Was that money well spent? Just to have a party? It had nothing to do with July 4th. It could be any other night of the week. $3.6 million. You think some of these people on the left might say, whoa, wait a minute. Christine Aguilera didn't perform. How much did she get? I would have to say, based at the breakdown of this, at least $500,000. Could even be more. I'm sure she would say she had expenses and all, but she didn't perform. She didn't even do one song. Well, we had a deal if it goes after that. Oh, okay. Just checking on all this stuff of how you come up with it and how you engage in it. Wanted to play you too. Do we have it here? Yeah, this is cut 12. Speaking of entertainment, the All-Star game coming up. I'm liking what Zach Wheeler, last week he complained they didn't let him in for the full 5 innings, that he had earned that. And it kind of simmered down a little bit. But there's something wrong with a setup of an All-Star game when a guy who particularly, it's in Philadelphia, has been good for this long, is coming off maybe even a potential death threat and pitches in this manner. Here's Wheeler, and he's not a guy who raises his voice, but he is saying stuff. How is he left off the All-Star game?
I felt like that's kind of a reminder, for whoever needs to be reminded. So, it pisses me off, and it's kind of BS. So, if I wasn't necessarily right in there, I wouldn't be saying this. But I feel like I've earned it, and just because I pitch on a certain day doesn't. That I get. I don't even know the right word, but just because I pitch on a certain day, I can't pitch an All-Star game or even be there or get the recognition for it. They could have did it a few different ways. Maybe put me in. Maybe I didn't necessarily have to get chosen right away, but I feel like I was right there. So maybe they put me in and automatically just shoot me right back out and put somebody else in. There's certain ways to do it, and you figure they would have a clue about it by now, how many All-Star games they've had, and I think it's kind of just the BS rule that just because I pitch on a certain day, I get punished for it, I guess. No, I mean, I was talking with my agent about it, and I didn't even know the rule at the time. And I told him, I was like, yeah, I can pitch on Tuesday or whatever it is the game is. I feel fine. The second and third days, which I usually throw my bullpen, so I'd be fine throwing an inning. But it's not even an option, I guess.
All right, so if you pitch on Sunday, you can't pitch, and on we go with this. But I'm glad to see Zach Wheeler. I haven't seen anybody call this guy selfish or, oh, my God, we're making such a big deal. How the world of sports is run. One last shot at the world of soccer. This is cut 2 from MS Now, saying that Trump made the USA look like cheaters in the World Cup.
Humbling. The U.S. men's team had captured America's imagination and earned the respect of soccer fans around the world.
Doubtful.
Then came Belgium, and according to the internet, Donald Trump.
Donald Trump has cursed this team.
Donald Trump needs to stay his ass away from all American sports. The reason why the Knicks lost one game in the finals was because his dumbass was in attendance.
The U.S. men's national team lost to Belgium 4-1 tonight, and honestly, I think it was mostly Trump's fault. Every single thing that man touches turns to
He put his thumb on the scales, made us look like cheaters, and ruined the vibes. On the field, the Americans were hesitant. It's not hard to imagine the global outrage over Trump's call to FIFA might have weighed on them. You could frankly see the heaviness on Flo Balogun's shoulders as he slowly made his way off the field, stopping to congratulate the Belgians and getting an assurance right here by their head coach that he was not to blame. It was Trump, the world said. Watch the Belgian team's victory dance, which, by the way, looks an awful lot like Donald Trump doing his rendition of YMCA. And listen to Australian fans. Donald Trump denies being a sex pest, but has been found liable for sexual abuse. Nevertheless, for as much as the world has come here and been surprised at what they love about America, the president is clearly not part of it. A man who shows little to no respect for the world won't get it in return. This was supposed to be America's moment, U.S. soccer's moment, and instead of representing the best of us, they spent the night answering for the worst of us.
Boy, it must have taken 100 people to write all that, particularly that catchy end line here.
It kind of it screamed like, I don't know, like late night show where they talk and they go to a clip and they talk and they go to a clip.
Yeah, that's exactly, All right, so the heaviness. No, I think the guy was glad that he got in there. He had another shot to play versus this awful call is probably how he thought about it. He's not thinking about Trump and the politics of it and all the nonsense, but stunning how far you can go with this. Okay, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Don't forget, around 2:13 today, Dom's Money Melody, great prize, those Dave Matthews Band tickets. The side question, a trend, a person, something that you wish would jump the shark, just like Graham Plattner does. I agree, Plattner is holding him hostage, saying it's got to be somebody he approves of. Well, what's he going to do? If he stays in the race, he stays in the race. They can't tag anybody in. I don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to threaten him with criminal charges? They're probably telling him that. They'll be behind this. They'll go after him criminal. I don't know if the statute of limitations is passed on all these rapes and everything else. I do think that's his play, though. It's got to be somebody in this crazed, progressive left, anti-Israel. He'll want to interview them. That's pro forma. If not, then he won't get out. And the clock is ticking. All right, 855-839-1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and in the free Odyssey app.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtual Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
Summer heat, storms, and heavy rain can put your roof to the test. Don't settle for anything less than expert care. PJ Fitzpatrick brings more than 45 years of experience, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews. Delivering American-made, certain-teed premium shingles. Most roofs install in just one day, and all come with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Flexible financing makes it easy to protect your home this summer. Visit trustpj.com today.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
With the high price of new and used cars today, many drivers are choosing to keep their vehicles a lot longer. But with the average car now over 12 years old, most manufacturers' warranties have expired. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is out of warranty, a single trip to the mechanic could cost you thousands. That's why smart drivers choose Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, Endurance could have your car covered for the drivetrain, electrical, AC, transmission, and more. And Endurance is with you every step of the way, from filing a claim to paying the mechanic of your choice directly. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Call Endurance now and choose the plan that fits your budget. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, good Wednesday, everyone. Welcome in. It is Dom time. So I guess it's Friday. Depends on how you calculate it. We have the 1-year anniversary. It seems like 100 years ago, right? Of the centerpiece, by the funny name, and the tax cuts and everything else of the big, beautiful bill. President Trump's big accomplishment. Survey out indicates that Democrats on the campaign trail, 2-1, 3-1 in some instances, are talking about it more than Republicans. Republicans are feeling defensive about it. Trump said when it was passed, this is a triumph of democracy on the birth of democracy. He said a year ago, even though I don't remember it coming down just on July 4th. And I have to say the people are happy, they're happy. It's being called not beautiful, but ugly. And the argument, the lead argument, as far as I can tell, is that people feel the tax cuts are permanent for those that are wealthier, the top 10%, and they feel that the, quote, working class, in quotes, tax cuts, they sunset in 2028. Well, let's make them permanent. Who is it that doesn't want to make? Democrats. The headline for Democrats is Republicans did create a big, beautiful bill for the wealthy. So, you know, the no tax on tips up to $25,000 per year. I'd make it more. Overtime pay, $12,500 per year. I'd up that. The working class tax cuts expire in less than 2.5 years. At the end of 2028, the break for wealthy Americans are permanent, according to their argument. There's a lot in there about health care. There's a lot of that stuff. But the argument is, and they seem to be winning it, you know, with the media help, that this only benefits the wealthy. That's all it is. And the others here, because the economy is so poor, their words, we're seeing this play out. Okay. The more threatening thing to winning the midterms is getting done in Iran. And I'm not going to be told by anybody, well, yeah, but don't you believe nuclear threat? Yeah, I think we've done a good job on that now. Now, what is the out strategy? What is it that we can do here? And all I'm being told, looking at the president at NATO today, ceasefire's over, waste of time. So we're going to hit them tonight. We're going to continue to hit them. Where's the evidence that that is going to have them capitulate and give up what they're doing in the Strait of Hormuz, which is the real source of most of this? I don't see it. Then you start to take a look at actions. And I think President Trump's instincts would never to be put boots on the ground, take Carg Island and all that. But who knows? So again, it seems like this has been saddled with us forever. Bombing them again tonight, all day long, bomb them all day long. I'm in agreement. Okay. Is that going to make them give up the asymmetric warfare, Strait of Hormuz? All they need are drones, the threat of hitting these ships, and we're back off to the races. And we don't seem to be able to do it by having a blockade. Did the oil, we're back to the oil sanctions. We're threatening other countries with that. But this seems to take a good deal of time. And again, they're willing to then come to the table again, play around for a while, let it go for a while, and then do the same thing again. How do you respond to that? Well, you get mad and say, ceasefire's over, et cetera, and they say, okay. So we've hit about 80 targets, resumed oil sanctions. Now, ultimately, with the oil sanctions, if we really press them over a period of time, that could have real teeth. But what's a period of time? They know the midterms are there. They know what's coming up. All right, 855-839-1210. I am tired, though, speaking of jumping the shark, of hearing people go on Fox and lie to people and say, well, we're just going to hit them so hard, we're going to bring them to their senses. Well, what have we been doing all along? I mean, I think we have done a remarkable job targeting them. We've degraded their military. We've killed a lot of them. Can we kill the leadership of the Revolutionary Guard and all that, even thousands of them if we have to? I'd be on board with that. Tens of thousands, 100,000, doesn't matter to me. I just want something that's going to be effective here, because this is not in a vacuum. This is all playing out into the whole issue of the midterms. Okay, phone lines are 855-839-1210, 1 year anniversary, give or take, whichever one of these days you go by, the big, beautiful bill. I said it then, and I'm saying again now, it hasn't popped, even though I think it's incredibly effective. Remember, we would ask, I know I would ask, call in, how did it affect you on tips? How did it affect you on overtime? How did it affect your life with the tax cut in some way, shape, or form when we got around tax time? And we would get a smattering of people, but I think it helped tremendously. Democrats routinely produce hundreds of people the media puts out there about how it took away their health care, ruined their life. It's just for billionaires. Look at Elon Musk. And we don't have the counter message on the other side, which is, wow, what did this do for the life of the average American? Remember how hot the no tax on tips was? The whole thing of Trump in Vegas, somebody came up to him, waitress or whatever, said, this is what we ought to do. And he seized on it. And it is correct. Why does this stuff, is it just the media? I mean, look, we have the home court advantage of media. They're not going to give you a fair shake. But I still think the no tax on tips has power. Who would be against that? Democrats, one way or the other, trying to diminish it. Overtime, school choice. Any number of things. And who is it? Maybe Republicans didn't go far enough. I would encourage them to go a lot farther. Well, what about tax money? I don't care about tax money. I want to keep it in the hands of Americans. That's what the battle is. We're losing on this, though. And the evidence is they want to talk about it. They wouldn't want to talk about it if they didn't think the polling indicates they're not winning this. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. So these next few days are going to be critical with Iran again. Trump says ceasefire over. More strikes. Does that mean back to war? You know, it's just language. At this point, we need a solution to deal with this. And I'm still certain it was the right thing to do. The only thing is, I don't think President Trump, maybe the advisors, he got into his head, this is going to be like Venezuela. Jump in, take Maduro out. It's not going to be like Venezuela. All right? There's a reason why it's so difficult. I led off the show today. Really like to hear from you. If you self-identify as Jewish, how do we explain this big national poll among self-identified Jewish Americans? So we're not guessing, they're identifying. And there's a 32-point gap in favorability for Mamdani, a stone-cold Mamdani over Netanyahu. In other words, Netanyahu among American Jews is 27% underwater, unfavorable. And more surprisingly, Mamdani is a +5 favorable. I don't understand it. I don't understand how you could be Jewish. I don't understand how you could be anybody, really. But all right, I get the people that are turned on by the far left stuff. How in the world can someone self-identified as Jewish be favorable toward Mamdani? Based on what? Do you not read? Do you not think? Do you not see anything? Same way that Chris Rabb got elected with Hassan Piker over in Mount Airy. You know, pretty significant number of Jewish voters. Is there a suicide wish here? I mean, people not get what Mamdani would do in this country if given his way? How he blames Israel, blames Jews routinely. Let me go to Michael in Wilmington. Michael on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, how are you, my good sir? Thank you for taking my phone call. I appreciate it. I just wanted to chime in just a little bit. I think I've been somewhat consistent on this, but I'm not surprised about this Iranian thing. And I know I mentioned this to you a long time ago, but maybe it's time, Dom, that finally, for once and for all, like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, the Emirates, like get involved. Some other countries, maybe that is the answer versus us just patrolling the strait and bombing Karg Island. Have the other countries that rely on this get involved versus just saying something, because this is ridiculous. I mean,
well, look, I would agree with you, but what would that do, though? You know what the stakes are here. All they have to do is have the threat they're going to sink $1 billion ship. What would they do? You mean have them put boots on the ground? They won't do that.
No, I mean, not so much boots on the ground. Like, I'm sure Saudi Arabia and these other, Emirates, Kuwait have their own military where they could patrol the air, they could patrol the sea. They don't have to put boots on the ground, but they can basically prevent Iran from continuing this nonsense. And as much as we said, and CENTCOM said, oh, they have no military, everything's sunk, they still obviously have plenty of missiles firing off at innocent barges. So it's as if, like you said, Iran is just so surreptitious in divulging things. Oh, we don't have anything. We're decimated. They have plenty of military. Mm-hmm. They're still shooting missiles at boats. And I know I've said this to you. We have given them so much time. So much time. I don't know what the solution is, Dom, but it's just so frustrating because now here we go again. Oil's back up, markets spike down. This could go on for the rest of the summer. It doesn't seem like it's going to end now at all.
I would predict, look, I like it, engaging then. It's more their responsibility than ours. I just think with drones and things of that nature, this is going to be more difficult. I don't know what the lever is when you're dealing with these fanatics, but it would help if these others, is there enough strength where they're located? Could they control the Strait of Hormuz? Not sure, but if I'm looking at General Jack Kane on now. As much as I respect his military background, stop it already that we should just bomb them to hell. That's not going to do it.
Exactly. We tried that. I mean, we said we bombed the mountain where all the uranium is, and we bombed everything. Everything's at the bottom of the sea. They're not stopping. They're still continuing. So it's like, I don't know what intel you're getting, but they still have weaponry. They still have missiles. So maybe this time we've given them, unfortunately, Dom, has allowed them to rebuild or wherever they're getting this stuff from. It just seems like it's never going to end. And I don't want to see boots on the ground, just to be clear. I don't, but I don't know how this ends. Doesn't seem favorable. I appreciate you letting me kind of get that out.
I'm in complete agreement. And the Arab card, too, is a big thing to try to play in here, how that might help. Yes, I'm on board. What's your side, Michael?
My side, Dom, I want this shot over the shark as quickly as possible, immediately, is Wawa Pizza. Get rid of it. Shoot it right over the shark.
Yes.
In fact, just throw it in the water to the shark. Don't even jump over. Just throw it right in there as bait.
Yes.
Get it right in there.
The shark want that?
Right. I wonder if Wawa's put out any stats. I mean, I was just getting a sandwich when I broadcast down from the shore. I've told this. And I saw the kid that was on that day take out this pre-made and rip the plastic off pizza from Wawa that someone had ordered at like 8:45 in the morning. And it's just like disrespectful beyond. We're in pizza world. Great pizza here. Why would you go to Wawa or Domino's?
It's not even round. It's like a piece of flatbread.
It is a piece of flatbread.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how much they're selling because they're still doing it. So they must be doing okay with it. I mean, I've seen people order entire pizza too. Oh, my God.
You're not wrong about that either.
That's a great one. That might be a little hard to top. All right, what do you want to jump the shark? Kind of like Wawa. Well, it already has, but maybe right out of the box it has. But somehow or another, they don't know it yet. All right, and we're on watch. We're going to hit them again tonight, President Trump, and hit them hard, et cetera. Again, it's time to get real with the American people and not just keep on saying hit them hard as every expert Fox will bring on, and they'll get all lathered up strategically. And it comes back to all they need is some semblance that they reasonably could hit ships coming through the Strait of Hormuz, that there's a reasonable shot, not a 1 in a million. And then what are you going to have? You're going to have fear of going through there, and you know what that does to the world's economy. So what is the leverage point over them? The options are not good. We're not going to put boots in the ground. We're not going to say more Americans are going to die. It's all on the other side of killing more of them. How many do you have to kill? That seems unknowable at this point. We've done a good job on that. Is that what it is? The leadership again? I thought we took out a lot of it. They replace it with even worse or more fragmented leadership. And then after we hit them, say the next 2 or 3 days, you know what they'll do? They'll say, let's negotiate again. And then we'll continue down this path. This is the madness of this country. It's evil, but it's effective from their point of view. All right, coming to your calls at 855. Hit us. That's a great one. Something you wish would jump the shark. Person, place, thing. Hit us with that. I see some pretty good ones on Twitter. I'll give you a couple of those. Coming up with Dom on Talk Radio, 1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
With American Heritage Credit Union, certificates and IRA savings products come in a variety of terms, like a 24-month certificate at 4.00% APY or a 12-month IRA certificate at 3.91% APY. For flexibility, consider our high-yield savings account with an APY of 3.10%. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings to learn more. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
Get ready for a new era of Penn State sports under new head coach Matt Campbell. Follow it all on the official home of Penn State football and basketball games. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You are with Dom at 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. So really interesting day out of the blue yesterday with Iran and seeing it continue to play out. And tonight we will hit them again and again and again. But seemingly, to me, that will not matter. And on the Plattner watch, I do believe he's holding out to say, we got to get progressive. I need somebody that really hates Jews, that really hates Israel like me, among other things. Otherwise, I'm not dropping out. If he didn't drop out, now that would be an interesting scenario. But I don't think that race is in play. I don't think the Senate is in play for them. We got to focus. The focus is on the fact we have a real shot at winning the House of Representatives. Every poll, every instinct I have says this is going to be close. They're not going to blow it up. It's not going to be a tsunami on the other side. But if I had a bet right now, substantial amount of money, I'd have to plunk it down on the Democrats getting to the finish line. And the reason is, what is it Republicans are offering as the reason to turn on voters? We're still ensnared in Iran. Is President Trump going to be circling the country? I'm on the ballot. We have to get out and vote. These reluctant voters. I'm not feeling it. I'm not seeing it. And in the end, that's why they might just barely get over the finish line. But it's going to be close. The home court advantage in just every metric, everything that's going, every court decision is going the way of Republicans. It's there to win. It's just a question of what is it that will motivate people to come out and vote. Rationality is not going to, it's got to be to the gut. The rational part is already there. And as we come up on the big, beautiful bill that's coming our way, the anniversaries of it, then we are going down that path. All right, let me go to Anthony in Cape May on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Anthony, welcome in.
Tom, how are you?
Good.
I wanted to say that Israel should be a part of this, right? Israel, we got in because of Israel. They couldn't take it anymore. So let them go in and flush out all the bad guys. Let them go in on the ground. All right? We don't have to do this.
Well, so
wait a minute.
You believe this conspiracy then with Israel. So we didn't go in because Trump is trying to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon.
No, we're in a crossroads. You're never going to get them to agree on anything. If we say it's like dealing with the Democrats. If we say black, they say white. Mm-hmm. If we say green, they say red. All right. Well, they're the same way. All right. They're wired to say whatever the other. They don't want to get taken advantage of. And Iran just wants to say the opposite, just to draw out time, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I can't look into their minds. But what I'm saying is, have Israel do the heavy lifting here. It's their war. All right, and that'll show that Trump did the best we could. We put our guys in harm's way, but we don't want to cross that line. Let Israel do it.
Well, Israel may or may not have the capability to take on Iran in a landlord war. Second of all, Anthony, you mean to say you don't think this is our war preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm behind him 110%. All right. The 40. How many years? 40.
47.
You probably have that.
47 years. 47. Yes.
Why do we have to do that? Why do we have to wait till 48?
Right. All right. Thanks, Anthony. So Israel. Now you can imagine Israel is the lead. Israel invades. You can imagine where that leads. I'm still stunned. The poll DJ just sent me right before the show today up on Mediaite. Self-identified American Jews give a net favorable to Mamdani, 32-point difference over Netanyahu. Now, look, I realize I'm a fan of Netanyahu over the years. I realize some of the stuff that's going on. Okay. And I realize TikTok. And I realize just the sheer, unadulterated hatred, anti-Semitic stuff of the left, where they've gone. That's the secret sauce. But Mamdani has a favorable rating of +5 among American Jews, and Netanyahu a negative 27. 32-point difference. Mamdani. There's a sickness out there. There really is just a sick thing here. And anytime I hear, well, let Israel do it, let Israel be the force in this, going down that path, I'm not saying with Anthony, that's where it came from. Trump is not going to put boots on the ground. I'd be shocked. So what are we going to get of people that are, I think, here's more of the insight. Let's go behind the curtain. You'll hear them in talk radio. You'll hear them on Fox. General Kane is one, but there's a whole bunch of them. Well, we just have to hit them harder. Hegseth might be saying that. You don't believe that, and I don't believe that. Hit them harder. What does that mean? So it was a lie before? No, the American military performed strategically, fabulously. We decimated any number of things. I'm not saying they fully don't care, but they pretty much don't care. They're willing to accept that. And then they'll come to the table, sort of. Trump is looking for that. He's smart. He wants to get out, right? And then what happens? They'll drag it out. We'll have a day or two, and then they'll start with the Strait of Hormuz again. So how in the world do you ensure that? It's very difficult, given all they need is a puncher's chance, so to speak, that they can hit $1 billion ship. We're going to have fear. We're not going to go through the strait. We're not going to put American boots on the ground. My God, in the middle of this. I don't see more bombing. That's what we're going to do, kind of senselessly at this point. The other things, the oil sanctions, going after countries, going after them. Well, we should have been doing that all along then. We shouldn't have made this deal with them to start. We should have increased the sanctions. We should have increased the pressure. Why did we do that? Because, Trump's being advised, hey, maybe they're not capitulating. I look at them and I don't need to see anything else. You got to be realistic. There's certain people, you have to either isolate or kill them here. That's how you have to deal with them. You have to do whatever you can to try to box them. And if you can't, you have to do the other. And even that, at the end, you are dealing with pathology, one of the most evil existing, and it's fueled by their rotten religious beliefs on steroids, in which they not only diminish women in their own country, they do this throughout the region and somewhat throughout the world. What's the biggest thing we've learned during all this? We've learned that they can hit targets of over 2,000 miles, bringing into range potentially with their missiles. London, Paris, all that, ultimately us. And their spin on their own religion, which is just diabolical. That's what they believe in, and that's what they're going to do. So again, are we supposed to tell you every day, just bomb them? We got to bomb them more, and that will stop it. It's not going to stop them. Over time, some of these things that we've talked about can, but we don't have the luxury of that. Winning in Iran is important. We've done a good job, I think, of stopping them in the nuclear capacity for a while. But if we don't win the midterms, is it being oversold what will happen? They are seething, these mobs. They will go wild every single day, just given, case in point. Look at what we have in Harrisburg. Democrats, we had Guy Shiraki on yesterday. They have a 1-seat advantage. That's what they've had. 1 seat. What is it? 102 to 101. That's all they need in the Congress. Look at what they're doing in Harrisburg. Going after poor kids' scholarships. Refusing to have a vote on the males and female sports, even though it's a 90-10 issue. 1 vote margin, and this is what they do. And I know you don't care, and I don't care. If they impeach Trump for the 3rd or 4th time, he's not going to be voted out of office, so what does that matter? Oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about hamstringing America. I'm talking about moving us closer for 2028 toward more socialism, more communism. That's exactly what they'll do, even with the slimmest of margins. That's what's important. With Iran, whatever we can do to marginalize and get out of there, that's what we have to do. All right, Pete in the Southwest Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Pete, good afternoon.
Hello, Dom. Pause. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pete.
Hey, Dom, Henry, good to talk to you guys today.
Going through the whole roll of that.
Yes.
All right, Dom, for serious, I'm going to tell you, and what you just said was perfect. If the people don't get out and vote, but I think you could tell them how to get out and vote, but I don't know if it'll resonate across the country. If we don't win the House and the Senate, we're going to be under, and I'm not kidding you, we're going to be under Sharia law. Mark my words. I see these Muslims camps coming up all over this country. They're buying land like we buy peanuts at the grocery store.
Well, look at this today. Self-described Jewish Americans give a 32-point favorability over Netanyahu to Mondani.
Yeah,
and they put Chris Robb, hater of Israel, anti-Semite, and coward who won't come on again, Pete, in Mount Airy, which is significantly Jewish. They put him in the Congress. Yep. This is what we're up against here.
I know it's sad, but I'm actually worried about it. And I don't worry about too much. I'm worried about these elections because if the Republicans don't get out and vote their rear ends, and I'm talking about the young ones, and we're not going to get the young vote. They got something. They don't drink anymore, and I'm not endorsing the drinking. They don't drink anymore, but they don't do anything. They're staying home till they're 35 on their phones. They're living with their parents. I mean.
You're on the right track. I do endorse a certain amount of drinking. That's not a bad thing. Yes, that's where you were going. I'm in sync with you.
Yeah,
I do too.
Well, yes. I obviously have nothing against that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be heading back to Seattle tonight at 9:30. Hey, Tom. By the way, I was over in Wildwood the other night just for the night we went over, and I'll tell you what. And I heard the mayor on 2 weeks ago talking to you about 2 weeks ago. Dom, I was not impressed. The boardwalk is a bunch of renegades with their pants hanging down to their rear ends, and
Oh, we're back to that, huh? Yeah.
It's not the Wildwood I grew up going down to see when I was in high school, and after that, and I saw it, I went, Jesus, this is insane. Yeah, and you know what, Dom? The Wildwood police were literally overwhelmed over the 4th of July weekend. They were running rampant, these kids, and they're punks. They're punks. They ought to get knocked in their rear end, but nobody has the guts to do it. I'll do it, but I need more than me. I'm just saying, Dom, here's the main thing. When you go into that voting booth, people that are listening, you better vote Republican or you're going to have Muslims and you're going to be blocked in traffic by people kneeling down praying with their gowns on and their only eyes showing. They'll be dressed like Halloween. I'm telling you,
right,
get
Pete,
out and vote.
Right. What's your side today, Pete? What do you have?
Honestly, Don, I'm sorry. I said Don. Whoa, that's a no-no. I almost said D-O-M. Or D-O-N. Excuse me. You got me excited.
Oh, man.
Dom. I didn't catch the beginning because I'm really literally backpacking to where we're leaving again for 9:30 tonight to go back to Seattle for the weekend and come home next Tuesday. But I had to get this call in because I haven't talked to you in a couple weeks. I missed you guys.
I appreciate it. All right, thank you, Pete. Enjoy Seattle. We love the mayor over there and everything else they do. And there's actually a place that serves a real pina colada. That's on Rose's list.
Oh.
Virgin pina colada. They just don't say, do you know what it takes to make a pina colada now? It's like another whole area of why it takes it.
I have to do my job in order to make
Johnny
this drink.
explained, yes, that pina colada might be difficult. Okay. So the bombing commences again tonight in Iran, no doubt. What is the end game here? I don't think it helps just to tell people to have something to say, continue to bomb. I'm fine with that. But the tell is going to be, what is it that will move them to not just play dead for a week and then start up again? What do you have to do that? And that's where the difficulty comes in. The sanctions, the oil sanctions are all good. Why did we allow this period of time, this lull, though? Well, because we did normal negotiations, ceasefire, and they're not going to recognize that. Imagine Trump when he's thinking, hey, what kind of deal is this? Well, it's religious fanaticism. At least Venezuela, they understand power. Iran does not. They've proven that. They think with the straight, and they're right about this, we have the world in the crosshairs. So I'd like to just hear all the experts of Iran in places like that. What is it you'd have to do to completely diminish, or as close as you humanly can, to their ability to disrupt the Strait of Hormuz? And they might say, if they were honest, that's going to be really difficult. That might not be doable. And that's where the problem comes in then. So what do you do to them that they fear that they don't want? And the answer is they don't really want it. So what they do is they pretend for a few days, and then they go back to doing it again. And why not? They've done it for 47 years. All right, so 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Something that is you'd like to see capitulate finally. All right, jump the shark like Plattner is. Although I give Plattner credit, he's got a card. They're afraid of this today. If he doesn't get somebody he thinks is like Plattner, he will stay in the race. The only thing Democrats, and I bet they're threatening him right now, that's a nice oyster restaurant your mom has, would be a shame if inspectors closed it up. You don't think they're doing that now? Or telling him, hey, there could be criminal charges you face. 855-839-1210.
Liberty is more than freedom. Liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. It's the freedom to petition, pray, and peacefully assemble. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Visit the latest exhibit, The Forgotten Freedom, American Assembly at 250. To learn more, visit libertymuseum.org. That's libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty. Tested, shaped, and lived.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. it awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ziprecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ziprecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com, EmmonsRoofing.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, you are with Dom. The Mitch McConnell stuff, the ladies on The View, what he has to do to prove to them that he is capable of maintaining a Senate seat. Well, I've interviewed McConnell a couple times over the years. Once, right after Bill O'Reilly, and he said something inflammatory, and I was on O'Reilly's show around that. So Mitch McConnell has been the face of beyond rhinoism among Republicans for so long. He is in ill health. He's just trying to get to the finish line. And yet, Democrats see this. There's 2 things going on. One is the end of the world, even though they allowed Joe Biden in the full capacity of the presidency. And then 2, this Laura Loomer character jumping into the ring. Marjorie Taylor Greene, yes, he's brain dead and his wife is in communist China. So on and on it goes. That's where we are with this. The Charlie Kirk trial, if you will, continues. I think the defendant is going to be found guilty. Don't know if he'll get the death penalty. He certainly should. But really the subtext of this are people like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. How is there an audience for that stuff? How is there an audience to continue with conspiracy after conspiracy? It's bad enough what's happened here, how shocking it was, and the evidence from the following this all along is overwhelming. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. Somebody or something you want to jump the shark. Phil in Delaware is on Talk Radio 1210. Good afternoon, Phil.
Hey, and good afternoon, and happy Hanukkah to all.
Well, thank you, Phil.
One thing that I was thinking when it comes to Graham Plattner, he's such a hateful, unstable, just mean person. I would even bet that he would stay on and self-destruct within the Democrat Party just for spite and hate because they did not let him have his way.
Possible, and now I'm trying to remember which girlfriend it is, alleging that multiple times he would slip a condom off during sex and then say, sneaky of me, huh? And he knew, was not on birth control. I don't know for what reason. And he thought this was a pretty clever game. I'm not going to get into the weeds here. Why didn't she know the condom was off? That might be a question for another day. But imagine this guy. This is what he was up to. Could you pick a more miserable human being than Plattner? Be hard to do.
No, but that was a thought that I had over the last few days, that it's not a matter of just him saying, well, I'll pick my successor.
Right.
And then you brought up the idea, heck, they'll go to him and say, how much do you think your parents enjoy their restaurant?
Yeah, exactly.
So
there's leverage.
So it's a coin toss.
Yeah. Phil, what's your side?
Well, you know, the one interesting thing, what Biden said as far as the black vote, I'm Jewish, and I find that statistic that you read about the Jewish vote for the mayor of New York just appalling. There's no good end to voting for him unless it's like with the Nazis. Oh, if we favor him, he'll leave us alone. Good. You keep that thought. And just like the former caller said, yep, we'll be doing Sharia law and wearing head coverings and all kinds of stuff. So that will not work. Vote, Republican and get these people out before they totally take our country down. So going along with that, Shapiro, I don't consider him Jewish. I went for him originally, just doing some supportive work, but I in no way do I consider him Jewish, and he's a liar, a deceiver, and you can't believe anything. I mean, not one thing he says, from school choice to anything else, has he gone through with. But he made promises. Sounds believable.
All right, so he's your jump the shark. Thank you, Phil. Thanks very much. Here is this is the woman elected in Colorado, the far left, the woman whose parents came here from Ethiopia, talking about, this is cut 9, the secret sauce. And I hope Democrats, you're starting to hear them say this, not just the far lefties, but the progressives too. They want to bring reparations into the midterms. They want that to be on the docket. I hope it is in the midterms. This is a political loser that's incredible. But here's what this candidate said, Cures, cut 9.
One of the things that brought me into starting my PhD program was finally coming to the realization that we were never really going to be able to tackle white supremacy in the way that we need to without reparations. There is no way to truly heal and to progress and move on from acts of such cruel, systemic violence against an entire group of people without, at the very least, acknowledgement of it in a meaningful way. And then on top of that, actually repairing the damage done. And so some of the research that I was doing that led me into the program was finding that, ironically, there's not a very good deal of research specifically on white poor people.
Okay, she's getting a little bit off there, but the key word here, reparations. I'm seeing it in more and more of these look, they have it locked up. They're in safe districts, so they're trying to outdo each other. Chris Rapp over in Mount Airy, he wants reparations. Are all those progressives, some of them living in West Mount Airy, which is pretty nice, many of those, are they going to give reparations? No, they want everybody else to do that. So watch for the reparations thing. If that becomes top 5 issues in the midterms, hearing it a lot, that's something Democrats could lose on big time. People are not on board with that. Yeah, their base is, maybe. But independents, by and large, no, that's not the case. Okay, a lot of folks want to get in. 855-839-1210. We're looking for somebody, something, a trend, a person that you hope jumps the shark, as Plattner has, even though he's still holding a card there. And I think they're telling him, hey, come on. Do you really want her business scrutinized? Do you really want possible criminal charges on God knows what, the stuff that you've been doing? The biggest thing about Plattner is the secret sauce is anti-Semitism. And there's even an audience among Jewish Americans. That's what that poll indicates today that I told you about. Netanyahu, 32 points behind Mandani. What does Mandani have to do to be clear about who he is and what he wants? And his wife. What do they have to do for people to recognize this? Apparently a lot more. Okay, before we do that, 855-839-1210, get ready to unwrap your best health during the Rescue Natural Supplements Christmas in July sale event with savings up to 73% off. That's right. The season of giving is making a huge summertime comeback with site-wide slash pricing, over 50 research-backed formulas crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. From high-intensity omega-3s and doctor-recommended cholesterol balance to mobility, gut health, and even advanced cognitive support, now's the perfect time to take advantage of serious discounts and discover why thousands have trusted Rescue quality and value for over 40 years. So celebrate Christmas in July. Sale prices up to 73% off for a limited time. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. You won't regret giving yourself the gift of finally feeling your best. It's 800-262-5483 or online, res-q.com, up to 73% off today.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
Oh, there's a robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Join WPHT and Nick Hale in supporting the 39th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour, Sunday, July 26th. Ride 10, 30 miles, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's shore.org, promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for the families of fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It is Dom time. All this week, apparently, we have Chris Matthews. we have.
I hope it's not Chris Matthews.
Yeah, where is Chris Matthews these days? Chris calling. I had to hit the dump button the last time he was on 10 years ago 5 times. He forgot he was cursing on live air. But Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2026, July 10th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden, New Jersey. We'll have that for you around 2:13. I'm looking at a list that's at now, and Mikey Sherrill's no shoe-in to be the governor, the incumbent, given her annex already. Who would Republicans run? NJ.com has this. Mike Testa, the Oyster King. We love Mike Testa, the state senator. Bill Spadia, not so much. Paul Kenitra, who's often on the show. And the I-Man, that Mike Ingamorf. Inganamorph. I've left out a syllable. And Christine Giordano Hanlon. Now, that's a winner right there.
There you go.
All right. Who's been on the show. There's some of the people Republicans might run. I still like Jack Cettarelli. His name's not on there. Oh, come on now. How many times? And I still hope he surfaces again. I'm still trying to get over that loss. It's still shocking to me. Lance in South Philly. Lance is on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Lance.
Dom, you know how I feel about the Iranian thing.
Tell me, let's break it down, though, because your knowledge, you're studying on this. You've actually been through the Strait of Hormuz. What is it? Remember, we got time constriction here and everything else. Got to win the midterms. What's the choke point for them? What leverage do we have?
Okay, the choke point is this, that our Navy can't leave. We have to stay there. We have to stay there. We have to secure the sea. We have to secure the air. And we have to get the other nations involved, primarily the super rich, the super wealthy. Mm-hmm. When I was in Desert Storm and we went into Kuwait, remember, all the rich people fled. They fled to America, they fled to Asia, and they fled to Europe. We have to let them know, you're not going to come here. You're going to get involved. Even if you have small ships, they call them corvettes. They need to be in the straits as well because they depend on oil leaving those countries, just like we depend on oil leaving those countries and coming here. You also have to put things in context and bring history. See, Dom, I'm 58 years old. I remember OPEC, and I'm quite sure you do. I was a kid, of course, but if you don't explain this and put it in the context and give it a timeline, people can't understand why we're there. A lot of people will say it's because of Israel. If Israel disappeared tomorrow, the Iranians are still there. That's a sticking point for a lot of people. A lot of people believe if Israel would just disappear, the Iranians won't bother anybody else in the world. That's a fact. Look at Mondani in New York. He has a favorability amongst the liberal Jews. They do.
Yeah.
They like it.
I mean, you talk about suicidal. I mean, Rab over in Mount Airy. It's the same thing. Are you nuts?
Because in Mount Airy, especially the west side, they don't care. I'm away from Center City. I'm away from the crimes. I don't care. It's not going to bother me. Henceforth, the very rich in those other oil-rich countries, Qatar, Oman, Dubai, Kuwait, especially Saudi Arabia, they need to feel the pinch and the sting as well. Jordan, and they're not.
Yeah, Lance, you laid it out better. You know what I'm saying. I can't take one more person on Fox saying just bomb them more, and that's going to work. We've done it significantly. We've done it effectively. That's not going to work. It's got to be more. The Strait of Hormuz has to be secured. That's the critical thing.
And I know it sucks to be out at sea for 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 days. Believe me, I've been out at sea for 100 days in the burning hot sun. It's not fun. Crew members get tired. People want to go home. That's where, you have to, stiffen your spine and still your back. We can't leave.
So, Lance, what's your side today?
My side is what jumped the shark is people naming their kids after celebrities. I just can't take it.
Absolutely, yes. I don't know if Taylor is going up that much or things of that nature, but yeah, that's a good one. All right, we're looking for something you hope really jumps the shark. You know, the idea being Graham Plattner has jumped the shark. Well, maybe not. I think he could hang into this race. That's the only leverage they have. Go after the mom, go after her business, go after stuff like that. This guy's got enough skeletons. They could put him in jail, and that's probably what they're telling him one way or another. All right, it's 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. We have those Chris Matthews tickets. No, we don't have those. Come on, Chris.
Thank God.
Give us those tickets. Chris Matthews and Dave Matthews. Now we have the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2026. The Chris Matthews Tour is put off until further notice.
Yeah.
And whatever happened to Chris Matthews' nephew? I think it was Jimmy.
Jimmy, yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Yeah,
Come
I don't
on,
see him in the
Jimmy
chat
doesn't
too much
call in.
anymore.
Yeah, Jim. We haven't heard from Jimmy.
I don't think we've
quite a
heard from him since like the election, like the presidential election.
Yeah, I think
he's
that
on the
was
mor-
it.
he's
Yeah.
on the morning show.
Does he call on the morning
Yeah.
show?
Mhm.
Oh, it used
Yeah.
to really bother me until I got Chris on. All right. It's, oh, man, 855. I see some good ones. Get yours in on Talk Radio 1210.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. That's ethos.com/save. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you should suffer a work injury, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. All right, Dave Matthews Band tickets, about 2:13. We'll have those for you, and Henry put you through your paces. Tom Crone, buddy, former head of the Camden County Republicans on Twitter, on the side question today. Jump the shark, corporate meaningless titles, chief vibes officer, VP of belonging, head of culture. I remember when... I'm not sure if it was a producer or it was callers, when Sherelle Parker was talking about all the money they needed for climate and the climate people in schools. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, are they talking about weather in school? No, they're talking about the school climate officers. They keep the climate of school. You know what that means? All right, you're a thug, just don't be too thuggish. The climate officers. He's right, though. That's a good one. All these meaningless titles. You know, I think Stubbs for the Phillies is the vibes officer.
Oh,
hey,
has to be, yeah.
Hey, he can play left field now. Oh, he can hit 180.
They put anyone in left field.
Yeah, exactly. Let him be in left field. Okay. Just got this, and I told Henry, yeah, get this guy on. I don't want to grill the guy. But we're looking down the line. I think it was July 21st they offered this midfielder for the USA soccer. Now, in the past, I wouldn't have done it, but given all that's going on, you know, we'll get them on. They want to talk about they're building a pitch over here and all that. Got to ask him about what was the vibe? What was it like? We played you today, still on the soccer thing. People saying the American team had no chance once Trump intervened because they felt like cheaters. Really? I think they looked at this, the red card thing, and they said, what a ridiculous call. Particularly, they went to slow motion, and they still went with the red card, the injury. You know the whole thing. I think a lot of them said to themselves, hey, this is a break. We got one of our best players. This whole thing was preposterous, and we'll see how it plays out. And I would predict when you get this soccer culture involved, you're going to see more incidents. Yesterday, Argentina came back against Egypt. And at the end of the game, you had these Argentinian fans waving the Israeli flag against Egypt as the coach went off the field and went nuts, which is kind of curious because Argentina, I would say, doesn't have a very good record when it comes to that. You know, with Adolf Eichmann and things like that going on in Argentina. So when you get these countries, when you see this stuff involved, I don't see America in this. I don't see it happening here that we're a soccer nation, no matter what Mondani says. But I told you at the top of the show, and there's a little bit more on this, and we're trying to get one of them on, that the Caitlin Clark thing in the WNBA now has a bunch of Republicans, at least double figures of them, there'll be more, signing off, and I think the Trump administration will get into this, to use the Department of Justice and the Equal Opportunity Employment as the WNBA a hostile work environment for Caitlin Clark. Now, I would just caution here that I think there are issues here. The WNBA and a lot of their nonsense on so many levels is disgusting to me. And we've gone through them. But we don't want to overplay our hand and bring in overkill of the federal government against this entity. It is maddening, though, when you watch it and say to yourself, how in the world do we deal with it? I'm making the point. That's why I talk about it. I think Nick talks about it in the morning. This sports story is bigger than sports. It's about something we see play out in front of us that is wrong the way it's going and has all the elements of the culture wars in here. But you don't want to overplay your hand. And I saw that today, and I wanted to revisit this. The one that stuck And why did it stick? We know which one stuck, right? Bud Light. Bud Light has stuck. They have not, I haven't looked, month by month. I'm sure they've come back a little bit, but they did not recover their balance. And now there's a story out there today that Cracker Barrel did suffer, that is what the allegation is, damage when they changed their brand. Remember, they took the guy off, and
Right.
oh my God. And the woman, she wasn't as bad as that 27-year-old nitwit that was in charge of Bud Light. So why is it the Bud Light thing? Is it that people hang on to it because they want to believe that boycotts do work? Most of these are not necessarily working. I mean, you can only boycott. What do you walk around with? I've never asked that. What is it you still won't do? I will never. I told Roe, I don't care if you need to inject me with something. Do not get it at that Sunoco on Rittenhouse. I have very particular boycotts. I drive by there twice a day, coming in, going home, and still yesterday, $4.99 and 9/10. They wouldn't dare put it at $5. And dopes are still going in there. What do you do? It's America. I'm mentioning that because the Inquirer today, rather than take a look at that, maybe interview them and ask them, hey, why is that happening? The Inquirer has I don't know how many printed pages here. Yes, here's the headline. Trump prompted Freedom Fuel gas stations are opening around Philly. Here's what we know. They're doing a big expose. Remember, we told you that around July 4th. They were going to cut prices. NJ.com also has one. And they're saying that Philadelphia area drivers can fill up their tanks with less expensive gasoline promoted by President Trump, but details remain scarce. They mentioned there's a First Freedom gas station, Upper Dublin Township, a former Sunoco station. In the undated video, drivers happily filled their tanks for $3.47 a gallon, which the White House said was to honor our 47th president. That's cheaper than the least expensive gasoline at nearby stations, according to prices posted by GasBuddy. The Freedom Fuel Station in Drescher is near a McDonald's and across the street from a shopping plaza. What sets it apart is the assortment of American flags planted across its footprint and the cheaper gas. While a nearby Citgo station is at $3.79 and a Gulf is at $3.85, Freedom Fuel offers it at $3.47. For many patrons, the branding was new and secondary to savings. They go on to talk about the smattering of these, and so does NJ.com. But the Inquirer seems to be looking for some hook of something with this that's up, that's nefarious somehow or another. Have you gone to that? I don't know their gas. It strikes me as cheap gas that's questionable. Who knows? Why can they go to $3.47? I don't even know if that's the lowest in the area. But NJ.com talks about it in Jersey with the same kind of focus. How about giving us an interview with the Sunoco station? How are they still charging $4.99 and 9/10? It's been that way, by my calculation, for at least 6 to 8 weeks. Doesn't change. Once they got to it, that's it. Now the market's changed. Come on. Back and forth. What do you do if Americans, out of habit, want to go there? So the boycott thing, they indicate that Cracker Barrel did suffer from this. It seems to have come back. In other words, did they do some smart strategy? The woman sort of apologized, and they seem to go back to things. Why is it Bud Light is the one that stuck? Here's why I'm asking that. People that were drinking that cheap beer, maybe college and slightly above college, do they really care about Dylan Mulvaney and what happened there and all that? Wouldn't they go back to it? It's cheap beer. What is it that keeps that going? Can you name another boycott that has stuck where people just won't budge on it? You won't budge on it. Henry, do you have any? I told you one just off the top of my head, the Sunoco. Is there one that?
No, I don't know if I see these as much as you, honestly.
Okay. Those two are prominent, even though there's constant, let's boycott this, that, or the other almost every second of every day. There's something like that going on. But it has put a dent in the business of Cracker Barrel, but they recovered. In other words, they didn't really get dinged by it. I guess the way they handled it, they got out of it pretty quickly. But that was just out in the last couple of days.
Yeah, are you talking to someone about like escaped their bad decision, or just someone who committed a bad decision?
Oh, either one. If most of them, the only one that I can say people still refer to is Bud Light. I can't name another one where we say they just went they were sunk.
Jaguar.
Do you think they haven't come back because of that?
Well, I mean, completely shifting away from what made you popular, like the sleek style of your cars, going completely all in on EVs, and then taking the Jaguar out of the Jaguar logo.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think. And then plus that whole weird ad campaign they ran where it was people in the commercial and not cars. Yeah, I don't know if they've recovered.
Okay. They're not one-sided, maybe because how many people are going to buy that car?
Right,
and
they've completely. I mean, talk about someone who jumped the shark.
Yes.
I mean, they've completely faded.
They probably have. I haven't seen them.
I can't remember last time I saw one on the road.
Yeah, but Cracker Barrel did come back from it fairly rapidly. That's the point I was trying to make. And again, I got another update too coming up after Dom's Money Melody. Remember the North Penn Stanley Cup attack? That's what it's called, a Stanley Cup. They didn't actually have a Stanley Cup. One student bashed the other with a water
Stanley
thing.
Cup.
Yeah, Stanley thing. Stanley,
a Stanley,
A Stanley. We got an update on that. How long with North Penn? Remember how egregious that was? I'll give you the update. It's pretty interesting. All right, let's go to Bo in Levittown. Hey, Bo, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, you know the old saying, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Do you think Trump, after the 37th time, finally says, shame on me? I mean, what he needs to do as far as Iran's concerned, I think you need to keep the Strait open, which means keeping the Navy there. And I think you have to do what President Obama did. Get some intelligence, find out where they're staying, and start picking them off one at a time with a drone.
Yeah, can we, if they are hell-bent, you think the Navy can hold them off from drone attacks and everything else?
I do. I think they can. And, I mean, there's also an old saying, I mean, and I don't strategically think it would be a good idea is to hit all their facilities like power plants and dams and things like that. The concern is, I guess, if oil production goes down, war crime, whatever, screw the rest of the world as far as I'm concerned. I look at them as petulant little kids who you cut off their allowance and they start saying they don't respect you anymore. I'm tired of hearing that stuff from these other countries.
The critical thing is if we can get ships, and it's not just physically they can do it, but the perception is they can get through the Strait of Hormuz. They're not going to be blown up or threatened. If that's out there, then we win on this. Then I don't know what the end game is he has to close off. But we got to keep the Navy there and do that and somehow or another move away from this.
Hey, and you brought up another good idea, and how I say every day that Mike Johnson should go out there and say about Democrats how they want boys and girls sports and other stuff, and now you could add the reparations to that list. He should be saying that every day.
You get the reparations talk going, and these candidates all are trying to one-up each other. That is where we want to be. What's your side today?
Well, as far as jumping the shark, usually, you're good to a point, and then you jump the shark, and then you suck. Well, right now, in my opinion, this guy sucks as the owner as the Sixers. That would be Josh Harris. I wish he would jump the shark and either sell the team or go good. But in that respect, I still want him to keep a hold of the Redskins so they continue to suck.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, they don't suck now, not because of him. You're right, though. It's tiresome because he's not even a villain that you can get upset about. He's not really somebody like Norman Brayman, to pick a name in the past or something like that. sort of spends money, he sort of does it, but...
Well, no.
Yeah.
I would argue he doesn't spend money at all. And that's
I would
all
argue
Joel
he
Embiid
does.
has asked is you just pay the luxury tax one of these times and don't have to trade away a
Well,
Jared McCain to stay under it.
I don't know how many, though, would have done that. I'm saying he's middling. Yeah, that's true. It's true he hasn't done it on that. Okay. Now, big tickets here. We played around with Chris Matthews. It's the Dave Matthews Band. It's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone? All right, we're playing for a pair of lawn seats to see Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2026, July 10th. Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden, New Jersey, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Might have it all this week. Henry.
Yeah, Don, we're looking for, a fad you just wish would jump the shark already. And so I'm going to give you a band that I think jumped the shark. Styx, known for their arena rock, power ballads. Kind of confused some people back in the 80s when they decided, let's try out Mr. Roboto here. Let's see how people like that. And safe to say, it wasn't exactly a smashing success. So I'm going to play you a cover of a Styx song coming from a character of a show which some people are now asking, has that show now jumped the shark? Because the show has some very highly rewatchable episodes in its early seasons, but lately has been focusing more on contemporary issues within the United States, causing the rewatch value to plummet. Because once you get past these kind of, these news stories that are, in the news for a week, you don't really care anymore or care to remember. So I'm going to play you a character from this show singing Come Sail Away. I want to know who it is covering Come Sail Away.
Is South Park taking over here?
It might be.
Yeah.
It might be. I want to know who this is covering Come Sail Away.
Oh, my goodness. All right, 855-839-1210. Look, work hard at it. You get the Dave Matthews Band tickets, a runner-up prize, the Chris Matthews Band tickets, which don't exist. All right, here's how you get in. 855-839-1210.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Your heart's rhythm is what... Because when it's your heart, don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Are you tired of climbing over that dirty, old, slippery tub? Your bathtub should be beautiful, functional, and safe. PJ Fitzpatrick is pleased to offer the Jacuzzi Shower System, installed in just one day, featuring low entry thresholds and designer walls and fixtures. You'll step right into luxury. Plus, PJ is offering a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli. Weeknights at 6. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, tell us who is covering this song.
Styx, Jump the Shark. So did this show. Want to know this character from the show.
All right, Greg in Holland. Greg, what's your answer?
Courtman, Southport.
Nicely done.
All right, you got it. My fault there on it. I was...
Yeah, you're doing another Dick Allen to me. Oh, the only person I know from that town is Dick Allen.
I was looking at something here. It was breaking and forgot. All right, won't do that again. Greg, you're the winner. You're off to the Dave Matthews Summer Tour 2026, July 10th. Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden, New Jersey, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. All right, before we take more calls, I mentioned this. It was notorious. And it's hard to believe it hasn't come to fruition yet. But the lawsuit seeking to hold North Penn School District responsible for the horrific Stanley Cup attack in 2024. Remember that in a cafeteria? Will go forward. It's a federal suit. The decision marks the latest attempt by the school district to get the case tossed. The lawsuit specifically names both the school district and special ed director as the plaintiffs, as the defendants here. They had this kid with a history of violent attacks. I think all sides agree to this. And they allowed this student, even with a guard of sorts, to go into the cafeteria. The allegation is the assault happened, one student, severe head injuries, numerous other witnesses traumatized by the violence. There was a lot of blood flowing here. And it was the Stanley Cup mug, if you will, that was used as the assault weapon. Defense lawyers unsuccessfully argued that they didn't fully know the risk, didn't meet the legal standard of what you have to have this risk. And this played out because of the this particular school district at that time seemed to me to be in the news, and this played right into it. Many parents raised concerns brought in the suit. Specifically, they stated the district was aware of the danger posed by the attacking student. In other words, the attacking student's rights were more important to have to go into the cafeteria rather than just kept away than the other students. There was a hit list, plans for physical assaults, and the district could have done more to intervene. And again, I remember something about the students having to stay in a particular place with all the blood on the floor and everything else. And that's in 2024. I thought it was around then. And yet we're still not at the finish line here with who did what, is anybody responsible. Amazing. And that story, because of the mechanism, because of the instrument of crime, that's why I think it got such prominence. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210 with Plattner on the ropes, jumping the shark. Who or what do you want to jump the shark? And as I mentioned, several people have sent me boycotts, Dixie Chicks, but that was back 100 years ago. That was in the Bush era. They did it overseas, critical of the country during the Iraq War or the buildup to it. And the Dixie Chicks were big. They were one of the top 10 acts, arguably then. And they faded into almost oblivion pretty quickly.
I'd argue they jumped it again after that when they just decided to go by the Chicks.
Ah, yes. Yeah, maybe. And again, why does a boycott stick? Cracker Barrel did not, although this report indicates they were hurt. Again, it depends on if people really want it. It depends on how they handle it. Some of it's luck. Some of it's kind of quirky, how this plays out. For example, any number of these people that have threatened Trump or wish Trump dead, some have been fired. Others have been fired, but then they got money back. It depends on a whole array of things. J.D. Vance today is on the fraud tour out there in Milwaukee. They made him the point person on this. And the amount of fraud that's out there is unquestionable. I think Republicans are doing a decent job on it. The media doesn't want to cover it. The media doesn't want to hear that. They don't want to expose it. And I can't tell you how many people ask me, well, when does it come to Philadelphia? If this wouldn't be the capital of fraud, it's got to be pretty close, right? Incestuous, one-party rule. How many ads do you see for these home care outfits of one sort or another? I can't tell you it's coming to Philadelphia, but it should. And I think in a swing state, what did Josh Shapiro know? When did he know it as Attorney General and allow things to go on? Dave Sunday is all over it. Every time we have him on, Medicaid fraud, big time. So we'll see if it makes its way here. I mean, people have gone to jail. There should be thousands of them going to jail. And why is it that a lot of this revolves around ethnic groups? In other words, the Somalis, the Romanians, the Russians in California. In other words, this ethnic group that doesn't assimilate sets up all this fraud, though, as it continues. Well, Democrats, progressives get in the way. They try to delay. They try to do whatever they can to continue to stop any investigation. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, welcome in.
Domo arigato, Mr. Giordano. Yes. Is the answer Trey Parker? Did I win the Chris Matthews tickets? I've been really looking forward to going up and Tingle Up My Leg tour.
Yeah.
And I'd also like to offer congrats to Travis Kelce and Taylor Kelce.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they're the Kelce's now. They got it.
Squeezing as much as I can. And if it comes to boycotts, I'm boycotting Amazon still. When Jeff Bezos says if you don't support BLM and shooting cops, he doesn't want you shooting at Amazon.
Okay. All right. That's a lot of one call. Yes. Yeah.
Well, the reason I called, my main answer is you've been asking the question all day, why are the Jews supporting anti-Semites? And I'm reminded of something that Rush Limbaugh said years ago, and that is that they are liberals before they are a member of their group. If I'm running for political office as a Republican, and you as a Republican, you're going to vote for me. And then I go and I say, yeah, the Sons of Italy wanted me to speak to them. You know, I'm actually going to a mob meeting. Well, you'd be insulted and say, oh, I'm saying all the Italians are mobsters and they're all criminals. And you wouldn't vote for me because I insulted you as a group that you belong to. The liberals won't do that. If you're a liberal Jew and there's a politician that says, I hate the Jews, I wish Israel was nuked, they'll still vote for them because they're a liberal before they're a member of the group.
Well, that's been said before, but we've said it many times. But Earl, this is an overwhelming difference here. It's one thing to say it, and then it's another to have Mandani sitting there. That's the thing that shows you this. They're buying their own. The genocide angle in Gaza has stuck. It's part of the faith of people on the left now, and that's where it's going to go through this election.
Well, they probably feel they have no place to go. It's not like they're going to run to the Republicans real quick if someone goes insults them and threatens them. I mean, their hatred of the right, of Republicans, and of Trump in particular is so great. What's the phrase? They'll cut off their nose in order to spite their face. They will, self-destruct themselves rather than give Trump or Republicans or the right or anyone that opposes them any sort of credit.
All right, Earl, what's your side today?
My answer would be bike lanes. At first, I didn't mind them. When they turned Spruce Street from a 2-lane road to a 1-lane road, it actually wasn't a bad thing. Traffic was flowing better. You didn't have to do the slalom course where people were double parked everywhere. But it's to the point now they're putting up cones, they're putting up restrictions, there are towing cars that are parked in the bike lane, and bikes don't pay anything for the roads. I bought a car. I paid a registration fee. I pay a registration fee every year.
Right.
I pay 76 cents a gallon on fuel to pay for the roads. I pay for the roads. We do not do like they do in Europe. We don't make bike riders get a license. We do not make them register. They do not pay any sort of tax to ride the bike. They are taking over the roads for free while I'm paying for the roads, and I can't get anywhere because I'm not allowed to drive in their secret lanes.
All right, thank you, Earl. Well, where we are parking. By the way, Henry, did you drive in today?
I did.
Oh, good. There were spaces, right? There were spaces when I came in.
Someone was illegally parked in the lot. I had to sit there and wait for them to leave, and then I got the spot.
Okay, good. Well, as long as you get the spot. But where we are, the bike lane, it's straight down the hill. It's high speed. It's e-bikes and all that. Easily going 30 or 35 miles an hour, potentially. And they look at you like, how could you step in my lane?
They do, yeah. What are you doing? How dare you?
And I just don't believe that bike lanes were designed for that type of speed.
Agreed.
I don't think they are. And it's never brought up with Sherelle Parker, who is the author, the first Democrat politician in Philadelphia to tap into the bike lanes and make it the center of his campaign. It's shocking to people. Jim Kenney was ahead of that. He knew this was a pet type of thing, and before any politician did it, when he ran for mayor, one of the most unlikable figures and white in a city that I never thought would elect a white straight male mayor, he got elected twice. Bike lanes, the first time he ran, were a major deal way back when. Okay, got a lot of folks who want to get in. Yeah, this poll is shocking, though. And the broad line, these are people self-identified as Jewish saying that, yes, there's a 5-point favorability to Mamdani. How does anybody Jewish have any 5-point favorability to Mamdani? And Netanyahu is 27 points unfavorable. So that's where the 32-point difference comes in. It is stunning. It's effective between TikTok and everything else, and just the phrase genocide in Gaza. It's the secret sauce that Plattner was using, that every one of these Democrats will be using. And they're doing it even in districts that have significant numbers of people that are self-described Jewish Americans. That is remarkable. I can get a little the Netanyahu due to the propaganda and all. But Mamdani, okay. 855-839-1210. You grab a line. We're coming to you next on Talk Radio 1210.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand.
Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today.
An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this month with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango.
Equipped with V8 engines.
Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Weather, sponsored by Uber.
Quiet conditions will continue through the afternoon with a mixture of sunshine and clouds. Humidity levels will be lower. It'll be warm with a high of around 85. For tonight, humidity levels start to slowly increase, partly cloudy. Low 72 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And then for Thursday, partly sunny conditions, warm and humid. Chance for some afternoon showers and thunderstorms with a high 87.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios. Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, we'll have the Dave Matthews Band tickets tomorrow again after today's. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. You're with Dom. So, saw this the other day, and now I see the repercussions of it. What area of the city has had the highest, it's over 3% valuation, meaning real estate going up across a wide stretch? Northeast Philadelphia, Chestnut Hill, Mount Airy? No, Kensington. So the representative, though, in Kensington, just in the last couple of days, what is she concerned about? Not saying, well, look, we're doing a better job with K&A and that whole area there that historically is nationally infamous. No, gentrification. Developers are wanting to come in. All right, we go through this whole thing where a neighborhood, due to some intervention, or something that happens for the good. And what does the Democrat establishment look at in Philadelphia? No, we don't want developers coming in. Now, I cannot understand. If you told me in a million years, yeah, I want to get into Kensington, for a lot of reasons. One, just a history. But two, I think they're doing a better job on what's going on here. And, you know, I've seen various, I haven't gone over there myself. It's just too disgusting to, but the history of Kensington as a dumping ground and all, I wouldn't bet, you're going to get a 2-bedroom for only $1 gazillion just a block away from K&A. Where do you sign up?
Getting it on the ground floor.
You're getting it on the ground floor, and we have to research it. You have to help me. Somebody out there knows. Are they coming up with different names for the neighborhoods? Now, when I played ball, like when we played at 13th and Wharton, it wasn't horrible. It wasn't run down or whatever. But I wouldn't call it Bella Vista. When they started calling it Bella Vista, oh, man, you're living in Bella Vista now. Just put a name like that in, and off you go. That's what you need. A little bit of clever
marketing. Is that the gentrification?
That's the gentrification.
Starts with the name?
It starts with the name. I think, yeah. Because they make up these neighborhoods, and we all know the hottest neighborhood now. I think it's Kensington, Lemon Hill.
Yep.
When this is over, oh, man, You'll have giant lemon grove arches as you come down there.
Tear down all the trees
All
there
the trees.
Build houses.
Yeah, we'll think you're in ancient Greece or something. Sorry. Xenos will be out there. It's
Right.
Lemon Hill. Socrates Avenue is over there. They'll be engaged in it. I thought they would be, but no. Kensington. And again, I get it. You don't want to overprice or price them out. But once you have something that's thriving here, what would motivate a person, though, knowing how close you are? Are you raising a family a block from Kensington? Are you really going to roll the dice on that and say, oh, that's a good deal? This is just perfect. Look at this location. And, Henry, there's an award-winning restaurant in Kensington. I have to get, it was in the paper yesterday. I have to get the exact location that are opening a second restaurant on the second floor because it's so popular.
Wow.
I don't know about you. I'm not saying, oh, yeah, let's be adventuresome, bro. Let's go over to Kensington tonight. I hear the oysters. Grant Plattner's bringing in the oysters. I mean, the whole idea. Now, look, I've been to 2 needle exchanges twice, Front and Tusculum. I've never been through anything like that in my life. Women from the neighborhood pushing a burned-out car to block these suburban women bringing in the needles for the needle exchange. And there's a little bridge. It's burned out buildings and all. And these people are marching with bags of needles. There are prostitutes doing guys in the bushes there, somewhat not in the bushes. So I'm interviewing a cop about this, and it goes, well, I think it's legal. They're doing it. It can't be illegal, right? I'm going, are you kidding me? What universe? Isn't that a school over there? Isn't it within 500 feet of it? So I get on this call. John Krajewski was a friend. They put me on a conference call. Jim Kenney's on it. And what was Kenney concerned about? The language that they were using in the pamphlet given to drug users. He said it was pretty graphic. How about the needles? How about the prostitutes? How about this battle? Imagine pushing this burnout like the soda or something, pushing it down the street to block this other car coming. I went home and washed for a week after that. I mean, it's just, I didn't think anything happened, but just being around it, seeing these guys march, I'd have to go there and see the name of this little bridge they're coming over, and a clock's ticking down. 3 o'clock is when it started. Gone, gone, gone. And then the marching comes in, and they're carrying bags. Now I hear they just give them needles. You don't have to exchange.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Whew, God, I'm worked up just thinking about it and just, oh, God, thinking, do we have any soap here?
Right.
Let's go to Greg in the Northeast, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Greg, afternoon to you.
Hi, Kirk, Henry, Dom. Before I get to what I'm going to say, I think, Dom, you owe Henry an apology. Giving away why don't you just give the guy's initials next time?
Well, I still had to say the answer. I apologize.
We always make fun of him because he gives easy clues. Give the initials. Don't just give the first name. What the hell?
Let's pretend that never existed. Let's go back in
time.
time. Yes. Yeah.
Have that stricken from the record, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
Mea culpa.
Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. Yes.
At least it wasn't as bad as the Dick Allen one. I think that's the all-time one.
The Dick Allen, I don't even remember that one.
I found a cover of Dick Allen singing.
Oh, singing.
I said he's from Wampum, Pennsylvania. And you went,
that's where I know.
the only person I know from Wampum's Dick Allen.
Exactly. Yes. I have to say nothing. No chatter during that. Just let it play out.
Exactly.
That's the way to go.
So we found the real saboteurs is what we found. We definitely found them now.
Absolutely, yep.
What's your side, Greg?
My side changed it because I was just driving through. I changed it to, and it makes me sick to my stomach, these hypocrite jackasses from West Mount Airy, Chestnut Hill, Wynmoor, some of the other affluent counties with the upside-down flag. And I was... It is so infuriating because these people in their $1 million homes, they're a disgrace. They should be thankful that they have what they have. We're not perfect, but we're certainly a way better country than any other place in the world. They just don't like Donald Trump.
All right, I got you. The upside down flag, that is always, a question. What are you so in distress for? By the way, we've really gotten granular, now talking not just Mount Airy, but West Mount Airy.
He's
couple
going.
callers. And it's right. West Mount Airy's more affluent. So I could see that. Robert in Bensalem on Talk Radio 1210, often imitated but never equaled. Hi, Robert.
Hey, Dom Henry. It's good to talk to you guys. It was good to hear from Pete, and after listening to his call, I realized I need to work on my impression of me, Dom. Okay, so I'll be doing that in the next few days. But I'm going to get right to my answer because I'm looking at the clock, and I'm going to go with reality television. Now, years ago, we had MTV do some things and Survivor Island, and today we have like 70 reality shows, whether it's Kardashians, losing weight, Queer Eye, 16 and Pregnant, trading spouses. Dom, who watches Dr. Pimple Popper? I need to know the answer to this question because it's absolutely disgusting. Even The Amazing Race and Big Brother is in its 25th season. I mean, isn't that house paid off by now? My goodness.
Wait a minute. You've been sitting on this. Come on, Pete. Come back on. He's been writing this stuff all day. I can hear it here. Yes.
Not at all, Don, but I did have two quick game changers for Iran, but we're up against the clock. I'll save it for tomorrow. You guys have a great day, man.
Thank you, Robert. All right, coming up, it is the lightning round. Some of the heaviest hitters imaginable out there to jump on board, including Zenos, including Joe of Exton and Joe of Columbus. 855-839-1210. Hit us with something you wish would jump the shark. It is, particularly if it's almost on the ropes and you think the reality shows, it's Dr. Pimple Popper. It is stunning how many of these shows can still exist and still apparently generate pretty good audience size. 855-839-1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, hit us with something that you think has jumped the shark or coming close to it. You'd like to see it finally jump. Joe in Columbus, New Jersey. Hey, Joe.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom. Happy third day of Iran bombing. And I'll get right to my answer.
Hey, Joe, just a reminder, you were shrewd in this, but, it's jumped the shark, right? You were a time clock. Well, Dom, if we're in Memorial Day and still doing this, remember that? And I agree with you then. But we are well past this. There's got to be something else to be done here that can secure that straight, and then we move on.
Yeah, I'm pretty well into frustration.
Yeah.
So uncharacteristic of our president being tolerant with not just people that he does business with, but with the enemy in itself. So I'm scratching my head. My side answer, Dom, is and you know how I feel about this, and I just wish it would stop because it's fraudulent, it's inaccurate, and it's detrimental to our country. And that is the vitriolic intros that Bruce Springsteen used to give at the opening of all his concerts, whether it's here or abroad.
I agree, but Joe, I only have limited knowledge, but like Anne-Marie Muldoon, who has been to 40 or 50 concerts, hasn't been going. I wonder if we're seeing that against a guy who had the all-time number of people that go and go and go. I think it's diminishing a bit. He's not on the ropes, though. He's still up there, but it's diminishing.
Now, Dom, and I'm not part of cancel culture. I'll leave that for the other side of the aisle. But you sit there, as part of, the multitude of millions that have loved and followed this guy, and now you got to subscribe to this garbage that comes out of his mouth. That this guy was beating the war drums the night of 9/11, saying, we got to go after these people. We got to fight for our freedom. And the guy doesn't know what he's saying moment to moment, other than what is going to bolster him up and sell albums.
That's a good one. Yep. Joe of Exton. Joe, good afternoon.
Cue them song.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. For my side answer, I would like to see the U.S. discontinue minimizing the UFO phenomenon and explain to the American public what threat, if any, these flying machines pose to American society.
All right, thank you, Joe. I'm on the other side. I think we do too much. It's like my theory, conspiracy's better than sex thing. Same thing with this. And that one nutbag is almost lieutenant governor candidate, if you remember, the UFO guy in Pennsylvania. We stopped him.
So wouldn't you be in Joe's camp then? Wouldn't you agree just to get it out there so we stop talking about conspiracy?
I would put it out there, yes, all the stuff. I'm in agreement with that. I just think, though, the breathlessness and the fixation on this, why has nothing happened from the aliens, up until now?
If any.
Yeah, if any. I would put it out there, though. Yeah, completely. Do that. We put out the Kennedy stuff. We put out Martin Luther King Jr. I didn't see anything here that's changed anything. But you're right. That's the way to try to deal with this. Gary in Newtown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, what's yours today?
Hey, Tom, how are you? Mine today is, can we just trust the science and realize that there are only two chromosomes, an X and an XY, and let's get over this woke, fraudulent, Leah Thomas, men's and women's bathrooms, men's and women's sports. Can we just get over that already? Let it jump the shark. It's been 20 years already.
All right. I would be also a contrarian on that, Henry. You know why? We're winning on this, and I want it to continue to play out. I want to see the beads of sweat on Josh Shapiro say folks 42 times about this.
Right.
I'd love to coach up Stacey Garrity how to prosecute this. I wouldn't get off it no matter what. I'd make him have to. Why are we still talking about this? We're talking about it because it's a winner. That's why. Zenos in Upper Darby Land. Hey, Zenos, I think diners have jumped the shark at Zenos.
I think it did, Don, but you forgot the new restaurant. It's going to be in Agamemnon Avenue and Pythagoras Boulevard. You forgot to mention the new restaurant.
What the hell was that?
Agamemnon, yeah.
And, in K&A, I know where K&A was because we used to shop up there, Don. And I have to make it something quick. That woman, that crazy lady from Denver, that she was talking about reparations, people don't realize it. Reparations, half the world will be paying reparations to the other half because half the people around this world been slaves to one or another. Like I said, with my people for 378 years under the Ottoman Turks. So she doesn't know what she's saying. I'm against that, Tom. And Ben and Jerry's, that's my jumping the shark. That guy had a lot of crust, and both of those guys were Jewish, and they didn't want to sell any ice cream to Israel. Plus, every time they would have a political stuff, they would have a bunch of liberals. And I called them one time, why don't you put some conservatives conservatives there, and we'll see who else sells that. Mine is Ben & Jerry, Dom. I would never, I'm like the gas station with you. I never buy that stuff.
Thank you, Zenos.
Wow.
True story. We're broadcasting the first radio broadcast from Gitmo 2004. Fox was there, too. We were the only ones. And I have on all these guests. I had on the interrogator, and we couldn't say his name. We had to call him Mr. X. Of these guys, I saw them myself. And there was a book out. It was either Ben or Jerry. I forget which one. Which drew the most calls and the most stuff. Ben or Jerry being on their book. They didn't care about Gitmo. I'm at Gitmo. It was ferocious, the Ben and Jerry stuff. Zenos, it's an oldie but goodie. Yes. Kirk, pretty good stuff. Really got the energy on this toward the end. What did you like?
I'm going to go with Robert from Ben Salem with the reality TV shows.
Okay. All right, was a good call.
I second that answer. I also liked Michael Wilmington's answer of the Wawa pizza, and you might disagree, but Joe of Exton, the UFOs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was a good call, too. Boy, I'm leaning toward the Wawa pizza. It is such a thorn in the side, but Robert's call was better. Let's go around one more time. If we had to choose, Kirk, you're the wild card on this because you had something else. Wawa pizza or the reality shows?
Michael brings the good argument, but however, I'm still going to go with Robert.
Okay. Reality shows, Robert of Ben Salem. We'll put them in here. The Plattner campaign expected to speak later tonight. We'll have full coverage on that tomorrow. Of course, I hope he stays in. That's what we all had to hope for. Be a heck of a race. Afternoon show is next. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210, here on Talk Radio 12.